Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Indeed, CS Kithure Kindiki has ordered herders who invaded Mwingi and other parts of Kitui to leave immediately. Speaking in Madongoni Primary School, Mwingi, the CS said they will face forceful eviction if they fail. He said with the ongoing rains, the herders have no reason to provoke conflict with residents by encroaching on farms in search of pasture and water. Kindiki also ordered the immediate recruitment of 250 police reservists to enhance security in the area.
Juzi tumepoteza maafisa 8 kule Turkana hizi. Watu wamevaa uniform na crown ya nchi yetu. Wamepigwa risasi wakakufa na majangili na wahalifu. Na kuna watu wanatuweka kwa mijadala ati sijui tuanze kujadiliana majangili, sijui ukiona jangili na anataka kukuumiza, anataka kuua raia, ati uanze kwanza kufanya mjadala na yeye. Hiyo bunduki na risasi ni ya kumalizana na mwizi.
And DCI boss Mohamed Amin has broken another DCI specialized unit that was formed by his predecessor George Kinoti. Amin, in changes announced, had transferred all senior officers attached to the DCI anti-counterfeit unit. The unit, which was based at Parkland's DCI offices, came to operation in 2018 when Interior CS Fred Matiang'i announced that there are some traders selling contraband sugar that contained mercury. It's then that Kinoti constituted the DCI unit that reported directly to him. Amin has transferred all senior commanders of the unit, leaving only the junior officers. 5 senior-most officers of the rank of Chief Inspector and Inspector of Police and who commanded the team were transferred to Takaba DCI office in Mandera and DCI Turkana South. Now, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya are now seeking a probe on activities of 3 ongoing IEBC commissioners and CEO Marjan Hussain since September, accusing them of misuse of public and abuse of office. The opposition coalition has accused IEBC chairman Wafula Chebukati and commissioners Abdigalia and Buyamulu of embezzling taxpayers' money on foreign trips.
We make the following demands. 1. Mr. Wafula Chebukati, Commissioner Abdu Gulie and Commissioner Boya Molu should immediately stop conducting the business of IBC and proceed on terminal leave ahead of their retirement, as the practice is internationally. Mr. Chebukati and the outgoing commissioners begin a process of handing over their offices in line with the IBC Act in order to preserve what little integrity remains of the commission.
Minority Leader Opion Dai claimed that the foreign trips were selectively awarded to those who ensured that the outcome of the August 9th polls went in a particular direction. Wandai pointed out that the 3 commissioners have refused to proceed on terminal leave ahead of retirement to enable them engage in the unnecessary expenditures at a time when the government has announced austerity measures to cut on the wage bill.
The IEBC officials, without any resolution by the plenary, have given the same Greek company that printed ballot papers for the August elections a further contract to print ballot papers for the by-elections coming in December and January next year. Yet this goes against the tradition of the IBC itself, that for by-elections, the ballot papers are printed locally. And again, in line with the government policy of empowering local companies and the youth and women and disabled in particular. So there is some very tight relationship between the current IBC, or at least the ruling elite within the IBC, and the Greek company.
Now, some Rift Valley MPs have threatened to impeach Trade CS Moses Kuria over the decision to allow the importation of GMO maize, led by Nandi Senator Samso Cherargei. They demand that the CS halts the process immediately.
As members of parliament from maize producing region, we seek to know the reason as to why ships are already docking in Mombasa port without the laid down legal procedures in place. An adjournment motion in this afternoon has been sponsored by Honorable Kirwa MP Masab, Honorable Kosing and Honorable Kaikai Bisau in National Assembly, and a statement by Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei in the Senate.
The motion tabled in the National Assembly also saw MPs reject the move to import GMO maize into the country. Now, the Senate is questioning how the Ministry of Education spent 873 million shillings in the school feeding program. Days after Education Secretary Kilmachogu told the Senate Education Committee that the ministry has so far spent the said amount in giving food aid to various schools affected by drought. According to the ministry, 201 million shillings has been used to give cash transfers to various schools. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseta. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
You've had the luxury of living for 50 years and you cannot still explain yourself. Surely. Oh my God.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No.
It's about shipping out.
You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man.
One of Talamu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
it's a wet Wednesday in Nairobi, and we're going to see quite some traffic in the city just because of that. We'll keep an eye and see how things are going to progress, but we're already seeing rising levels of traffic coming off of Thika Superhighway this morning, and it's going to take us through into the city, probably at a very slow pace. We're also looking at traffic also building up on Mombasa Road, getting towards that Imaradaima drift, and then down towards General Motors will slow down. In and outbound traffic is looking like it's going to be quite something today. On Jago Road, heading out into the City Stadium roundabout and then out towards Landy is not too bad, at least not for now. It doesn't look like it'll cause too much of an issue, not too early on, but we will see that clog up, guys. It's just a few minutes after 6 o'clock. Let's take a look at what happens later on during the morning. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE and try to keep things moving this morning.
SpiceFM, Malindi. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
It's Wednesday, what date is this? 23rd day of November. Aye, just like that. Hey. Okay. Welcome to The Situation Room. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. City, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Are you well?
I am.
Very good. Welcome.
Yes, I'm well. I'm weathering the cold. Yes.
Imeamua.
Yes, it is. It's actually quite cold.
You know, farmers are happy that it's raining in some parts, but they are also just looking at it and wondering, oh my goodness, is it going to be another one? Is it going to be another one? We have planted 4 different seasons and the rains have not done what the rains should have done. And so our crops failed.
The thing I always find fascinating, Eric, it happens very often. It doesn't rain. Then when it rains in such abundance, you wish it would stop. But what do we do with the abundance of rain?
Here's the thing, though. in some cases, it's an abundance because of the amount of rainfall that has rained over a couple of hours, but it's not abundant in terms of helping the crops to grow.
Indeed.
It is true.
And so when like the Met Department says that expects subdued rainfall this season, basically they're saying, yeah, you may find a deluge in 1 week, but after that, that's it.
Actually, it's that deluge I'm speaking of. When it deluges, what do you do with it?
What do you deluge with?
Yes, because whether it rains for an hour and it rains as though it's raining for a whole year, it has rained. And there's water. What do you do with that water?
Maswali muhimu haya. Maswali muhimu, lakini kwanza tumsalimie dada yetu Ndu.
Yes.
Habari yako?
Mzuri sana habari yako leo asubuhi.
Yeah, habari yangu ni njema kabisa. Yes.
Good.
Very good?
Yes.
How are you? You like the cold?
I do, but today I'm feeling it, man. Today I'm feeling it.
You're feeling the side that you don't like?
I like it, but, it's a bit uncomfortable.
Isn't there a song that highlights these particular issues? You feel it in your fingers and then you feel it in your bones.
Yeah, toes.
Bones, man.
I feel it in my fingers.
It's okay. See, the toes are bones.
I feel it in my toes.
They've changed this.
It's got a rhyme. Love is all around me, and so the feeling goes.
Okay, toes. Goes, tones, bones. Same.
But no, there's no N.
So what rhymes with fingers?
Feel it.
You're so off your rocker. It's not even funny. Sawa basi.
Sawa, sindio? Tukubali tu. Kubali yaishe. Kubali yaishe.
Nimekubali.
Kufuata Yesu.
Nasema ndio. Who sang that song?
I don't know. I just know it's a nice one.
Yeah. Anyway, everybody, welcome to the show. Today, we will have several conversations ranging from... At 8 o'clock, we will be talking about a commitment to women empowerment, that work being done by the Coca-Cola Foundation. Another advocate of the High Court of Kenya, Maureen Ochako, will be here to tell us about that and what she knows about it, or how she's benefiting from it, and how she's helping the foundation to achieve this goal of committing to women empowerment. Urban planning in Kenya, is it existent or is it non-existent, or is it a work in progress? We'll be having two specialists, urban planners. Patrick Odongo is an urban expert and fellow and a member of the Kenya Institute of Planners. Patrick Adolwa is a planner and urban specialist. Both of them will be with us at Sangapi. Saa hiyo saa tatu. Yes. Asubuhi. Na mapema. Keep it here for this and more conversations.
Sasa, COVID is still a story.
Yes.
Let me tell you what's going on in Kenya. 73 people tested positive from a sample size of 603 in the last 24 hours. And we're looking at a positivity rate of still just over 10%. From those low numbers, we're looking at low numbers in total, but high numbers of a percentage, because 73 is just over 10%, right? So that's what we're looking at for that. Beijing continues to shut down, folks. Now parks have been shut. Shanghai has tightened its entry as COVID cases spike. China's capital closes more public venues, and Shanghai to impose stricter entry rules from tomorrow. Parks and museums have been closed in Beijing, and Shanghai, as China's financial hub, is going to tighten things really quickly, and that's by tomorrow. 28,127 new domestically transmitted cases on Monday, close to its daily peak from April. And about half of those infections are in the southern city of Guangzhou and the southwestern municipality of Chongqing. Cases in the capital, Beijing, have also been biting in the last few days, and they're saying that those are pretty high. And they've asked residents to stay put and show proof of a negative COVID test, not more than 48 hours old, in order for you to get into public buildings. So it's either you stay at home. If you're going to come into a public building, you must be COVID negative, and it needs to be a fresh test. Shanghai ordered the closure of cultural and entertainment venues in 7 of its 16 districts after reporting 48 new local infections in the city of Tianjin near Beijing. And that became the largest city, to order a citywide testing. So things are looking elephant, according to them, but they're saying, you know what, we're going to do what we can do to make sure that COVID doesn't spread any more, and we're trying to... They're a little bit nervous in the face of the 2 deaths that occurred earlier in the week, but people were complaining before that Shanghai had shut down. Well, prepare, because it's possible that Shanghai will... Is it possible to shut down more? It's like, what's going to happen? Yeah.
It's 6:15. Are we doing like that on YouTube and Facebook?
We are doing like that.
Where are you tuned in from this morning? You know what we always do every morning? We always like to hear where you're locked in from. And then after we take a look at the weather forecast, we go to our social media pages on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, on YouTube, and we acknowledge your presence. Let's do that shortly, shall we?
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The adults in the room.
He's promiscuous or he's polygamous. We need to get over ourselves.
So I should always know the man that marries me, I know there'll be other women.
Yes.
The relationship you have with yourself is the foundation of the relationships you will have with other people.
Things that we never talk about. 3 things. Stop, breathe, and relax.
Whether it is matters of the heart, finances, or work that's weighing on your mind, worry not.
Tune in to Adults in the Room
every Monday to Friday from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
The adults in the room will help you stay winning. Only on 94.4 SpiceFM, Nairobi.
All right, light rain in Nairobi, likely to continue for most of today, highs of 21 and lows of 16. It's mostly cloudy at 15 in Nakuru, highs of 22 and lows of 14. Cloudy conditions at 15 in Nyeri, highs of 20 and lows of 14. And we're seeing light rain in Eldoret at 15, going to highs of 22 and down to lows of 13. It's also raining in Mombasa this morning at 25, highs of 31. And we'll see highs of 31 as well in Kakamega, where the rain is coming down at 26. It's 19 and a rainy morning in Kisumu, highs of 26, and 18 and raining as well in Kakamega, going to highs of 24 today. Mostly clear conditions at 20 in Kampala with highs of 23, and we'll see highs of 31 in a rainy Dar es Salaam at 25. It's 14 and clear in Johannesburg, highs of 24 and lows of 12, and 26 and raining in Lagos, going to highs of 33. We'll see highs of 32 in a partly cloudy Kinshasa at 23. Looking into Wednesday afternoon, it's 11 and sunny in Beijing, highs of 12 and lows of 1. Mostly cloudy conditions in Paris at 6, highs of 12 and lows of 5. And we'll go to highs of 12 in a clear London at 6. Looking into New York, still Tuesday night, it's 9 degrees and clear. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see highs of 11 and lows of 3.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
All right, we are online, and who is online with us?
Okay. Felista says good morning. Have a fruitful day. Thank you to you too. And karibu sana. Kiarie Halisi says he's tuning from Mombasa. Watu waende kazi tujenge taifa. Okay.
Kiarie Halisi.
Sawa basi.
He's called Kiarie Halisi.
Yeah.
Ah.
Why?
I don't know. What's the name of the governor of Nyandarua?
I have no idea.
It's called Badilisha.
Okay.
Just came to mind.
Seriously?
The governor of Nyandarua is called Badilisha.
Badilisha.
Badilisha?
Yes.
It's not a nickname.
Sasa sina jina yake bana. And it's called Kiarie.
Kiarie Badilishi?
Yes.
Sawa. Erastus Mashari is tuned in from a place that I like to hear CT say. Narumoro. Narumoro. Say it.
Narumoro.
You just do like that because... Anyway. Mary Kiyama says, good morning.
People get that thing all... There's Narumoru.
What is
Narumoro. Narumoro. It's Narumoru.
It's Narumoru, isn't it?
Narumoru.
Narumoru.
Yes.
Got it.
Narumoro.
Why? It's clearly Narumoru.
Narumoro.
All these roads lead to that very same spot.
Narumoro.
Narumoro.
Okay. Collins is tuned in this morning. Happy to see the team. Nimekubali Nasema Ndio is a song from our sister Eunice and Nyeri. Okay, so yes, that's who sang that song. Sky Karish says good morning, tuned in as well. And Simon Odhiambo says, good morning, guys. Good morning, friends. Leo siendi job. Okay. Why? I'm listening to Spice up to 10.
Kabisa.
Ni sawa. That's okay. Lakini siendi job.
Kuna usiende.
How are you leading people astray? Okay. James Omido says he's tuned in from Bombalulu. Well represented. Good morning, watu wa Argentina, poleni sana. City Baridi Mingi, Her Majesty Ndu. Hey, yes, thank you very much. And the man himself, Latif. Mutugi says, I don't know why Latif is not on TV. Yeah, because he's here. He's not on TV because he's here. Where do you want him to be? Are you supposed to be on TV at this time?
I don't know.
I don't know why he's not on TV because he's here. Sawa Mutugi. Robert Bogo says he's tuned in this morning from Mombasa. Morning, top discussions. Jane Duta. For the longest time, I think the first 5 years I was in Kenya, everybody used to call me Duta. So, good morning, guys. We see you. Thank you for joining us today. Many more people streaming in. Karibu sana sana. Kandoch Brown Mwangi, we see you. Karibu.
Karibu ni kila mtu. So, Mr. Muga.
Yes.
Proverb.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And guess where I'm reading the proverb from?
Could it be?
Perhaps might it be? Is it possible that it is?
It definitely is the Samsung Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra.
It is most certainly so. All right. Now this one is an interesting proverb. Still from that same country of...
Western Sahara.
Western what?
Sahara.
Right. If you are not willing to look stupid, nothing great is ever going to happen to you.
If you're not willing to look stupid,
nothing great is ever going to happen to you.
Ever going to happen to you. Risk it all. Reputation and all.
Yes. Look, not be.
Look stupid.
Yes.
If anything, do a what?
Precisely. If you are not willing to look stupid, nothing good is ever going to happen to you.
Not sound. Look.
Not sound. Not be. Okay.
So, have you heard of the Standard Insider? The Standard Insider is a subscription platform of the Standard newspaper. What will help you get there? The Standard Insider gives you access to all the premium news content, making headlines, whilst providing you with the information, knowledge, and inspiration you need. You just need 1 shilling, 2 shillings, 3 shillings, 199 bob a month. And you get access to the Standard Insider. And you can now bombare with this. If you just do 199, you actually save 100 bob. Subscribe now at www.standardmedia.co.ke. 700 shillings. Doesn't get any better than this. You get all the premium content. Sawa.
Ni sawa.
Sawa. Tuambie, what's on the front page?
On the front page of the Standard, new school fees burden for parents. Kenyans who are already burdened by the high cost of living will be dealt a major blow as the government moves to end a school fees holiday that saw some caregivers get a reprieve of up to 8,500 shillings a year. Basic Education PS Julius John says schools will revert to the old fees charged before the COVID-19 outbreak. Just when you thought it was raining, it's pouring. MC's plan to impeach Governor Mwangaza. Woo. Argentina has been dealt a blow by the Saudis. That happened yesterday. And
are you aware that the Saudis have won the World Cup?
It's over now. They don't even have to play another match. It's finished. In fact, the World Cup is over. It's done. They've won. So anything else people are doing now is just extra.
It's entertainment.
Yes. It's now, let's deal with whether Budweiser is annoyed. Those are the other things now we're talking about. The World Cup is over. Saudi Arabia has beaten Argentina.
But the VAR in this World Cup, how many goals have been disallowed so far?
I'm telling you. And how many matches
Close
have been
to 20
played?
goals.
I'm telling you. How many matches have been played between Sunday and Tuesday? And 21 goals have been disallowed.
Okay.
VAR is working. Well, something is working, that's for sure.
So they were not goals.
According to the VAR. According to the ref, who now, translated.
Consulted.
Thank you very much. Somebody else was in the eye of a storm. This one is not in a teacup. It's the CS, Moses Kuria. Maize imports, MPs train their guns on Kuria. It's interesting because the very same words have been used on the front page of The Nation. Maize Kuria faces tsunami. Revelations that Kenya will import 11 tons of genetically modified maize seed add to the controversy over GMOs that has seen MPs train their guns on Trade Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria, with Pokot South MP David Kosing threatening to collect signatures to impeach him. In addition to opposing importation of GM maize, MPs want the government to halt its plan to bring in grain until local farmers' produce has been bought. Meanwhile, the cost of maize flour continues to soar.
Okay.
On the back page of The Nation, teachers owed 1 billion shillings in acting allowances.
Acting allowance.
Just hold it. So what is acting here? The allowances?
Can I release it?
Yes.
Okay. I read the story for you. Or we wait for City to tell us. No. Okay. You'll come back and tell us. City, you have the BD and the Star.
I do.
Kuna BD.
I do. Yes. Business Daily. What do I? BD. Right. Both headlines refer to matters to do with money.
Okay.
Let's start with the Business Daily, otherwise known as the BD. So, ile effort, no, Business Daily, okay? Bad loans see biggest fall in 15 years on asset auctions. Monthly defaulted credit fell 13.2 billion in September. Banks up agreed property sales and debt write-offs. That is the headline in the Business Daily.
So they've auctioned more people this time.
That is what I will be telling you in detail.
Okay.
Star. Why? No. Terrorism financing. New report exposes major flaws in Kenya's bid to fight money laundering. Why wash threatens your job. Experts warn that rampant money laundering could cut Kenya off international finance system.
There's rampant money laundering in Kenya.
There's rampant money laundering in Kenya. It clearly doesn't pass the road that you use. It also doesn't pass the road I use, but it passes many of the other roads that we have. Yes.
Higher.
But there are more interesting stories here. There's quiet in Ruto's camp as Rift Valley MPs protest CS Kuria's maize import. However, the thing I found of particular interest is authorities conducting tests on recalled ARVs. Did you know that ARVs had been recalled? Did you also know that we are manufacturing ARVs locally? No. That's a story I will tell you.
Okay. Where?
Dun.
There's a lot of money floating around. Kuna pesa ya wash, kuna pesa ya walimu, kuna pesa ya school fees.
Na Bill Gates alitoka tu hapa juzi.
Kuna auction.
Yeah.
Haya. The teachers thing.
Okay, 1 billion shillings acting allowances. I'm releasing. Teachers in acting capacities are owed 1 billion shillings. You get it now?
Teachers in acting capacity.
Yes. According to their union, which now wants to renegotiate their pay deal with the government, claim the current one stagnates their careers. Mr. Mboko Milemba, the national chairman of the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, said that the current career progression guidelines make it difficult for classroom teachers to get promotions unless they are in administrative positions. Milemba accused the TSC of failing to confirm teachers who work in acting positions for a long time.
Oh,
you get it now?
Oh, like acting headmaster.
Acting head.
How many acting things are you? Acting what? Acting head.
How many acting things can you have in the whatever?
So you are acting.
You've been acting for a long time.
Yes, but so acting
you're
is
not
what?
Confirmed. You can be
like acting principal, acting
Acting
head,
deputy, acting teacher,
acting. Got
acting
it?
Head of department.
Possible. All right.
And the supposition here is that it comes with certain perks.
Yes.
And those perks haven't been paid.
They've not been paid because you're in an acting capacity.
Then how can you be owed if you are acting?
Now, they're saying that this is the thing. They're saying they've been in an acting capacity for so long, they've not been confirmed. It doesn't allow them to do certain things. It doesn't allow them then to draw on some of these allowances. So it's, look, you either do this, you confirm me or you pay me. Confirm me. Don't leave me in this acting capacity for all this time.
Why don't they confirm Dr. Mouth? I mean, he's been acting, I think, since...
He's been acting. Even
Mouth can talk to his union.
He can talk to his people. Now these people are talking to their own. He's accused the TSC of failing to confirm teachers who work in these positions for a long time. He said this amounts to bills for services rendered but not paid for, adding that the union is undertaking research to quantify the amount owed to teachers. He said this is a pending bill, and that's not quantified. This is exploitation of labour by the TSC and the government. I've put a question in Parliament, but I'm doing research with my office office staff to back the numbers. It's become impossible to be promoted unless you're in administration. So even across board, you're saying unless you are in the admin promotion, once you enter this particular position, you'll be there until,
So the 1 billion figure is also acting.
Even that one is acting. Cumulatively,
it has not been confirmed.
Because it can't be confirmed. The research they have done would say that, look, had we been confirmed, these are the monies that would have been paid to these individuals.
But they haven't done
But they have not been... they're doing the research.
So the 1 billion figure that they've come up with is a placeholder.
It could be more. It could be less. All right? So they're saying... cumulatively, the government owes suppliers of goods and services over 650 billion. He added that talks were on with the government to raise 100 billion shillings to settle part of these bills. He was speaking at Columbans. Did you know there was a high school like that in Kitale on Saturday during the union's annual general meeting? He asked the TSC to review the CBA 2021 to 2025. This would quantify promotions for, now you were asking, deputy principals, heads of departments, and acting principals who have served for long. You have people in acting capacity for 2 to 3 years. The union has made its proposal to the Commission on a new pay package for teachers. A teacher serving in job group B1 earns a basic of 24,250. So they're saying confirm us. If you're going to put us in admin positions...
Because you're not acting the job. You're
doing the job. It's not acting. You're saying, okay, let me put this face on today. No, you're doing the thing.
Yeah.
So
you are the principal as far as everybody else is concerned. Yeah. You are the principal in the school, or you're the deputy principal.
Let me tell you, when you're acting principal, there is nothing that the principal you took over from was doing that you don't do. It's not as though you're given half the duties because you're acting.
Everything.
You take the responsibility and think about it this way. Should something go amiss while you were in that acting position?
It is you.
And it is you. You can't say, actually, I was just acting.
There's no principle in this school.
Principle. So, wait until that person is confirmed, then you can bring a case. No, it's you.
Wow. Let's take a break. 8:27 to 7. This is a Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Time for us to look at traffic. We'll be looking at other headlines shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree Parliament has failed this country. And I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma Namba the Msema Kweli is because all records will be there. There are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the Constitution is an illegal act. He shouldn't be doing it, and he shouldn't be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, so let's look at what's happening on many streets this morning in Nairobi. I'll just take a look into Mombasa for a minute on a note about traffic that's piling up, getting into the city centre, just past Tusk's, moving really slowly. There might be something amiss up ahead, so that's what's going on with that. So if you're heading in that direction, just know you might be slowed down just a little bit. All right, into Nairobi on Jogoo Road, it's slow as you're getting out towards City Stadium. Let's look at the Thika Superhighway, which here is not too bad with traffic at all. It's building up slowly. It's going to get you to the Pangani underpass, where you will have to hold it down for some time. If you're using the Ngong Karen Road, use any other alternative route. We're seeing the second time this week where there's a problem there, and the electric pole that has fallen has been there for a couple of hours, and trying to get Kenya Power to come and get that out of the way. But you can't use that section of the road, so you might want to go the long route. Langata Road is probably an option for you now if you're coming out of Karen, but forget Karen Gong Road for now. All right. And also inbound, you might want to go the long way as well. So that's a hazard you might want to, you do want to avoid. Coming into the CBD from Westlands looks all right for now. Waiaki Way is what looks the most busy. We know there'll be a buildup of traffic on James Gishuru, so prepare for that as well. Let's know what's going on where you are, guys. Have you slowed down for some reason? Let us know. We'll let folks know. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
All right. 8:47. Let's look at this one.
Okay.
Schools. Now that we're still doing these things, according to a story on page 8 of the Standard this morning, if you have been paying school fees, you will pay more school fees.
Okay.
Parents have been dealt a major blow after the government announced the end of fees subsidy from January. A circular by Basic Education PS, Dr. Julius Juan, says the fees holiday that saw parents get reprieve of up to 8,500 shillings will end as the government reverts to fees charged before COVID. The move, which will be a big setback for parents who are already feeling the pinch of harsh economic times, will see those with children in national and extra county schools pay 53,554, up from the present 45,000. Parents with children in county and sub-county boarding secondary schools will now pay 40,535, up from 35,000 shillings a year. It means that as parents enjoy the Christmas and New Year holidays, they'll need to budget for additional fees that will range from between 5,000 and 8,500. According to the National Parents Association chairperson David Obuhatsa, the government should consider the challenges that parents are going through. He's urging the government not to further strain the parents, adding that learners should not be forced to wear school uniforms.
How many issues are we dealing with? Okay.
A parent at Loak Girls Secondary School, Metrina Kinyi, says the country is still recovering from the general election, the drought, and the effects of COVID pandemic. But justifying the return of the old fees, the PS said the revised school calendar for 2023 will have longer weeks. Given that the academic calendar will revert to 39 weeks from the 30 weeks for the academic year commencing January 23, parents will have to continue to pay approved fees. According to the new calendar, Term 1 starts on the 23rd of January and ends April 21. Second term runs from May 8th to August 11th. So the PS is saying, you see now, if you look at this, we have an extra 9 weeks in a term. Surely an extra 9 weeks, you can continue paying the same amount of money. And
the parents set out to add these months, didn't they?
Sure, they did. I think where they were coming from was why you shortened this time in the first place was because we were out of school for about a year.
Yeah.
And in order for us to catch up, then obviously you needed shorter terms.
To cram 2 years into one.
Yes. And the reason why we thought that, this is what parents are saying, the reason why we thought school fees had been reduced and given us that reprieve was because, you know, there was little movement, there was little money running through. And we thought you were not necessarily shortening the time in order to reduce the fees, but you were reducing the fees because, you know, times were really hard. Around the block. You get it?
I get all that. What I'm not getting in the story is the use of the word subsidy.
Yeah, was it a subsidy?
I don't get it.
Where was the subsidy? Because a subsidy denotes that there's an amount of money that the government is pumping in so that you don't have to. I don't see that there was money that the government pumped in for anything. Abi?
I don't get it.
At all.
I don't get it. Hi, City, tell us about the wash. I'm interested in that story.
This
very
story
much.
is actually, it even comes...
So there's a lot of money awash in this country. And here we are.
Yeah.
Just
This article was written by the Star team. And they start in a very dramatic way. Ever heard of wash?
Yes.
Okay. It's basically the practice of printing fake money and cleaning it up through the formal banking process. According to this team. The crime has become very common in Kenya. That international organizations working to curb it have raised the alarm. The Eastern and Southern African Anti-Money Laundering Group warns in its latest report that if nothing is done, Kenya may not be able to send and receive money from formal international financial networks. According to experts, rampant money laundering makes it difficult for the government to collect tax revenue through related transactions. The reduction in tax revenue also means an overall reduction in government income. For institutions such as public hospitals that rely on government funds, the government's loss of revenue can be detrimental. President William Ruto has asked the Kenya Revenue Authority to expand the tax bracket and increase its annual tax collection.
To wash.
But they don't say the direction, they just say,
Okay.
But the Eastern and Southern African Money Laundering Group has warned that Kenya may not achieve its revenue targets because...
Anti-money laundering.
There's a group called
Eastern
the
and
Money
Southern
Laundering
Africa.
Group. You said the East
I'm
and
reading
Central
it. Let me
African
read it.
Money
But the
Laundering Group.
Eastern and Southern African Anti-Money
You had
Laundering
not
Group.
put anti. That's why I stopped.
Oh, I said laundering.
You said money laundering. I was going to say, wait a minute. There are things.
They even have an association.
You didn't say anti.
I didn't say auntie.
No.
Okay, auntie. I'm saying auntie.
Thank you, uncle.
Okay. Kenya may not achieve its revenue targets because it may join the global watch list of high-risk countries which widespreads money laundering. The details emerge at a time gold fraudsters and wash suspects have turned Kenya into a playing field. So forget Qatar.
They come for World Cup.
Forget Qatar, Kenya. With foreign nationals losing fortunes to known Kenyan swindlers. Now, this is a fact. If the swindlers are known...
My brother, thank you very much. In fact, it's okay. You have spoken for 10 men. That's it. They're known Kenyan swindlers. They're just looking at them, parading themselves, having a field day everywhere.
Meaning, it's like you come to Kenya and you ask, where can I find the Association of Kenyan Swindlers?
Say, here they are, sir.
Yeah, okay. Take your pick.
Take which one do you want? We know who they are. Perpetuate crimes every day, anyhow. We know who they are. However,
yes.
We're also watching. Wow. Okay. That's nice.
Okay. The failure to institute robust anti-money laundering measures, the report concludes, also provides fertile ground for terrorism financing.
Really?
Kenya is exposed to money laundering threats from proceeds of crime emanating from within and outside the country through its financial system, legal sector, real estate sector, and cross-border trade, the report says.
So we have that law called Pokamla.
Yes.
The Proceeds of Crime and Money Laundering Act. Very stringent. Right?
It is. The law itself is stringent.
Yeah.
It seems like even that law is just acting.
And because of that Pokamla, we have the Asset Recovery Agency. We have
all of them.
DCI.
We have even a unit within DCI that just deals with such matters.
Yes.
Yes.
Sasa ni nini wanasema watu wa South Africa? Are they feeling threatened?
Let me explain what has been
by our
said
thriving
here.
business.
Let me summarize.
Association.
Kenya has not prioritized money laundering investigations and prosecutions. Number one. Two. Kenya has not investigated or prosecuted anyone for financing terrorism. 3. Kenya's NGO sector unsupervised for money laundering. 4.
Kenya's NGO sector is unsupervised for money laundering.
Yes.
I'd like to understand what exactly.
So would I.
Because
NGO sector
there's
has
even
not
a new law that governs the NGO sector now. It's no longer the NGO
Coordination Board.
Act.
Yes, it's something else.
Now it's Public Benefit Organizations
Yes,
Act.
it is Public Benefit Organizations Act.
It has some element of... Go on.
The supervision is on paper. NGO sector has not been adequately assessed for terrorism financing risks. Number of detected cases on non-declaration of cross-border cash movement low. Bank system to monitor politically exposed persons less effective. Financial Reporting Center does not receive information held by companies, NGOs, and professional groups such as lawyers. Let me repeat this one. Financial Reporting Center does not receive information held by companies who know some of these things, NGOs who might know some of these things, professional groups such as lawyers who
hold some of this money.
Precisely. FRC, that is Financial Reporting Center, does not adequately analyze the cash transactions reports and cross-border currency reports. Essentially, this particular article is talking about the situation in Kenya with regards to money laundering as being a wide open playing field where anybody who is interested in joining that particular circle can actually just join in and join the fray.
No questions asked.
That is what this article is saying in summary.
Come and play.
And we know who the big boys are. We know who big boys and girls are playing in this, but it's not for want of the ability to do something about it.
No.
It's for want of the will.
Yes.
Let me give you an example.
Give us.
The other day, or 2 weeks ago, there's a young gentleman who unfortunately was murdered around Ridgeways. And there was public outcry, and there was a push on the investigative authorities to find out who had done this.
Yes.
Justice for Keegan is what the hashtag was, to find his killers. DCI, in 9 days, did their due diligence and found the person who actually murdered Keegan. Today he's behind bars. So what am I saying? If there is will,
there is way.
Thank you very much.
But there's will. How many cases have been taken to court on issues of money laundering? I mean, we've just been talking about this guy from, what country is it? Belgium?
The one with the girlfriends.
The one with girlfriends and all.
Yes,
That's a money laundering case, and several others in court on money laundering.
Where the problem arises with issues of money laundering, once that tag has been attached to you, then everything that you're doing will grind to a halt.
Yeah.
And it's something that can be used as a tool to extort money. All that someone needs to do is look at your account and look at the monies that are going through it and decide money laundering. That's it.
I don't know where this money is coming from.
We don't know where this money is coming, and your explanation is inadequate. Meaning the decision is being made by someone, and that decision is final. They don't understand it, they don't know. But it is clear where it's come from, it's clear what it does. No. The moment you have an issue like money laundering in this country, it becomes a byword for everything. Someone doesn't like you, someone is a business competitor, so is a money launderer. Yes.
Mtu amefungua biashara 3 in 1 year.
No, not possible. Ameloka ringapi? Not possible.
Anyway, tell us the other story then, City.
The other story that I found.
The auction one.
Yes.
Was that not?
No.
Or was there another one?
Business Daily.
Okay.
The size of defaulted loans in September, dropped by the largest monthly margin in 15 years on increased property auctions, repayments of non-performing debt, and bad credit write-offs. Central Bank of Kenya data show that non-performing loans shrank by 13.2 billion between August and September to 491.8 billion, retreating below the half-year trillion mark. That had been crossed for the first time in June due to large corporate defaults. This is the biggest monthly drop in defaulted loans since June 2007, when it fell by 28.3 billion shillings after restructuring of bad loans affecting state-owned lenders. Banks have recently turned, and I turn the page, to private treaties where distressed borrowers agree with the lenders to look for the best available price for their properties and sell to repay the loans, as opposed to relying on the auctioneer's hammer. This is a good thing.
It is.
So you're told just go and sell it.
Yes.
have a way of just offloading this property.
That Daplum law that came in helped tremendously because what was rampant at the time before this law came into being, interest rates would keep rising. And the bank would seize whatever property you use as collateral, and they would decide what to sell it for.
Yep.
And where the problem arose was not the selling. They could sell it at any price, and you would still owe, and they would still come after you. And yet, the debt was not a factor of the principal and the whatever you'd agreed on, but in a period where interest rate just kept going up. Can you imagine how much you'd owe after a year or even two?
Crazy.
Goodness. Yes, absolutely.
Crazy money.
So that is the story. But what I wonder as I was reading this story is, when you talk about write-offs, from an accounting perspective, if money was owed and it is written off, it reflects in the books as it doesn't exist, isn't it?
Indeed.
Because by the same token, if money is owed and it isn't written off, it can be presumed to be money that you expect, and it's money that you should have, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, when we talk about creative accounting, there are those who will include that as being part of what you have, but yet you haven't realized it.
It's true.
So move it to the asset side.
Yeah.
Yes, just move it. I mean, it's not the beautiful thing about it. You just
move it completely.
Yeah, you just take a piece of paper and just move things, and suddenly you presented an alternate reality. Yes.
All right. In the olden days, it was called sharpening knives. Today, it's been called training guns. The maize issue is an issue, and it's saying that Korea is facing a tsunami. Revelations that Kenya will import 11 tons of genetically modified maize seed add to the controversy over GMOs that has seen MPs train their guns on Trade Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria, with Pokot South MP David Kosing threatening to collect signatures to impeach him. He's not the only one. In addition to opposing importation of GM maize, MPs want the government to halt its plan to bring in grain until local farmers' produce has been bought. The cost of maize flour continues to rise. So there are two things that they're asking for now. The maize, whether it's GMO or whether it's normal or whatever it is, we don't want it because farmers are saying, we have maize, buy our maize. Why are you doing this? It's calling Korea as a man under siege. And MPs from President William, MPs from President William Ruto's Rift Valley backyard and those from Western, both maize-growing areas, yesterday trained their guns on Trade Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria, of course with Kosing threatening this impeachment. This comes as President Ruto's administration faces a tough balancing act between importing 10 million bags of maize, which, by the way, is here now. I mean,
some bags are here.
Some bags are already here. Of genetically modified maize to lower the cost of flour and protecting local farmers. Whereas the importation of the staple is expected to lower the cost of living at household level, the move will deal a major blow to maize farmers as it will result in drastic drop in prices. If Moses Kuria continues like this, we will impeach him. We will collect signatures from tomorrow, that's today, and he will be the first CS to go home in this government. If he does not listen to the farmers, he should talk like a minister and respect life and not joke with death. This is according to MP Kosing, the MP for Pokot South.
Why is it threatening? Why don't they just start collecting signatures?
See, today is the day.
It doesn't matter. I just collect the signatures.
They have to tell you this is what we're gonna do before we do. It's like an introduction. Tell them what you're gonna tell them, then you tell them what you've told them.
Kosing is a seasoned politician and he understands how this game is played.
Let me tell you something else. In a press conference, the MPs demanded that the government freeze the importation of maize into the country until April next year, when there is a clear deficit. So right now there's maize. You want to bring in new maize when there's maize. Wait until there's nothing.
Does the market confirm that there is maize?
Well,
is there maize indeed? So where is the maize?
Is it in the barns?
When they're talking about releasing the maize, okay, release it from where exactly?
When you say really what?
So like farmers are holding some 25 million bags of maize.
Yes. They said 20 actually. Yeah. But okay, so
where is this? Farmers, they know where
when
they
farmers
are.
say that they watch at the harvest.
It's not been handed over to the millers.
Watch at the harvest.
Harvest we're expecting 32 million bags.
Yes.
They're saying that there is maize. All right. So where is this maize?
And why are they not releasing it?
Why is it that millers are not able to access this maize? Why was the government just a couple of months ago going into a subsidy to help millers in the purchase price or production price of unga. So where is the maize?
It's a song and dance that continually is a perennial problem here, isn't it? That there's this issue between farmers and millers. It's the price wars that you're dealing with constantly. And we were told that the 20 million bags do exist. Now, what happens then between farmers and millers in terms of negotiation on prices and making sure that they can actually give it off to them? It's a bargaining chip. If they say there is no food, but you have some 20 million that can take us, from here to there. If they're going to import 10 million, Abi, and you have some 20 million, why not release it? Why not release it? Let's have a conversation. How much you want us to buy it for? Let's buy it. Because it doesn't make sense to me. Unless, is it 100 million bags Korea said they're importing? No, it's not 10 million. And you have some 20 million somewhere. Why import if you have double that number available today?
Is it available? This is the question we're asking. Because
or is it that thing you're talking about? What does and does not exist?
They say it's available. Where is it available?
The importation is 10 million tons.
10
What's
million
available
tons.
is 20,000 bags.
Okay, got it. Okay.
So the issue, though, is if these leaders are saying that the maize is available and they know that the maize is available, what is the issue with accessing it in the market? Is it that the millers are not willing to buy at that price? Is it that the market is not willing to buy at the price that they want to sell it at? Because they've been talking about, for example, in that season, the maize they're about to harvest, they bought fertilizer at 9,000 bob a bag.
Yes.
Something like that, right?
Yes.
And they want to sell maize at that price.
Which you must understand, on the other hand, the government has already given this promise that we are doing everything we can to reduce the cost of living. That's on this side. We cannot take
You remove a subsidy and then you're saying you're doing everything to remove. How does that work?
This is their explanation that what they're doing now is bringing in this maize that's cheaper. They've taken what Eric has just said into consideration. Farmers have bought this fertilizer at 3 times the cost of what they've brought it in just a few months ago, right? They're about to harvest on those inputs. Or even this one that they have harvested that they said they have available, it was on those inputs. Will they agree to sell it to the millers at a lower price that the government is importing at?
Have the millers said they're not willing to buy?
I don't think that conversation has been had.
Because if the price of unga has been going up, the price of unga has more than doubled in 1.5 years, it's because the millers are buying the maize at some price. And that's why they load it on to the consumer.
Yes.
So it's not like the millers have said, no, ikifika hapa mia tununue ingine. If they've bought the other maize, why aren't they buying this 20,000 bags, 20 million bags?
Because you're caught in that eye of the storm at that moment when everybody's saying you got to lower this thing. And the farmers are holding on to that we used expensive inputs to be able to get this.
I don't see why a farmer would stay for more than a season with
the same output.
Bags of maize sitting there. And
how does that benefit you?
Yeah.
You've planted some more. So what are you going to do with the one that you're
in the store?
They keep insisting that they'll go at a loss.
I suspect a game afoot here. And there's somebody who's playing the game of trying to force the government to dictate the price at which you will buy this maize.
Buy the maize. That's it.
In this country we have millers who actually own milling plants, and then we have briefcase millers.
And farmers.
Yes.
Especially farmers. We have briefcase farmers.
A lot of
the last time we had this subsidy at the board was that it's people who actually don't have a single acre.
A square foot
but they're the ones
farm.
who are supplying to the NCPB. That was the issue at the Agriculture Ministry and the Serious Board the other time, wasn't it?
It is.
It's the same kind of thing that now is.
And if you say that you have maize, whether it's in storage, what does the NCB, National Cereals and Produce Board, what are they telling us? Do they have the maize? You're just being told, since
there's so many stories all over.
You're being told that there are 20 million, but okay, fine, we've got it. Where are they? Even as we have this debate about the 10,000 tons coming in, do we really have the maize we're talking about in the country? And if it's there, where is it? And what is the position that the millers have on this particular? Millers have closed down. The medium-sized millers have shut down. Not because they want to shut down, it's because they don't have maize to mill. Okay?
Yeah.
And yet we're being told there is maize. What really is happening?
What's the story?
Look, there's an element of hand forcing happening here, and that's for sure.
Let's hear from the millers and the farmers in the next hour, shall we?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so let's do the news then. 8:07 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki has ordered others who've invaded Mwingi and other parts of Kitui to leave immediately. Speaking in Manugoi Primary School, Mwingi, the CS said that they will face forceful eviction if they fail. He said, with the ongoing rains, the herders have no reason to provoke conflict with residents by encroaching on farms in search of pasture and water. Kindiki also ordered the immediate recruitment of 250 police reservists to enhance security in the area.
Juzi tumepoteza maafisa 8 kule Turkana hizi. Watu wamevaa uniform na crown ya nchi yetu. Wamepigwa risasi wakakufa na majangili na wahalifu. Na kuna watu wanatuweka kwa mijadala. Ati sijui tuanze kujadiliana majangili. Sijui ukiona jangili na anataka kukuumiza, anataka kuua raia, ati uanze kwanza kufanya mjadala na yeye. Hiyo bunduki na risasi ni ya kumalizana na mwizi.
And DCI boss Mohammed Maize has broken another DCI specialized unit that was formed by his predecessor George Kinoti. In changes announced, transferred all senior officers attached to the DCI anti-counterfeit unit. The unit, which was based at Parkland's DCI offices, came to operation in 2018 when Interior CS Fred Matiang'i announced that there are some traders selling contraband sugar that contained mercury. It's then that Kinoti constituted the DCI unit that reported directly to him. Habib has transferred all senior commanders of the unit, leaving only the junior officers. 5 senior-most officers of the rank of Chief Inspector and Inspector of Police and who commanded the team were transferred to Takaba DCI office in Mandera and DCI Turkana South. Now, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya are now seeking a probe on activities of 3 outgoing IEBC commissioners and CEO Marjan Hussain since September, accusing them of misuse of public resources and abuse of office. The opposition coalition has accused IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati, Commissioners Abdi Gikaria and Boyamulu for embezzling taxpayers' money on foreign trips.
We make the following demands. 1. Mr. Wafula Chebukati, Commissioner Abdi Gikaria and Commissioner Boyamulu should immediately stop conducting the business of IBC and proceed on terminal leave ahead of their retirement, as the practice is internationally. Mr. Chebukati and the outgoing commissioners begin a process of handing over their offices in line with the IBC Act in order to preserve what little integrity remains of the commission.
Minority Leader Opiyo Wandayi claimed that the foreign trips were selectively awarded to those who ensured that the outcome of the August 9th polls went in a particular direction. Wandayi pointed out that the 3 commissioners have refused to proceed on terminal leave ahead of retirement to enable them engage in the unnecessary expenditures at a time when the government has announced austerity measures to cut on the wage bill.
The IEBC officials, without any resolution by the plenary, have given the same Greek company that printed ballot papers for the August elections a further contract to print ballot papers for the by-elections coming in December and January next year. Yet this goes against the tradition of the IBC itself, that for by-elections, the ballot papers are printed locally. And again, in line with the government policy of empowering local companies and the youth and women and disabled in particular. So there is some very tight relationship between the current IBC, or at least the ruling elite within the IBC, and the Greek company.
Now, some Rift Valley MPs have threatened to impeach Trade CS Moses Kuria over the decision to allow the importation of GMO maize led by Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei. They demand that the CS holds the process immediately.
As members of parliament from maize producing region, we seek to know the reason as to why ships are already docking in Mombasa port without the laid down legal procedures in place. An adjournment motion has been sponsored by Honorable Kirwa MP Masab Honorable Kosing and Honorable Kaikai Bissau in National Assembly, and a statement by Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei in the Senate.
The motion tabled in the National Assembly also saw members of Parliament reject the move to import GMO maize into the country.
We want to ask the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Trade if they would explain as to why they made that decision to import the GMO maize into this country. Yet our farmers back at home, they were expecting to reap from the difficulty of the corona season and the high farm inputs, thinking that they would make good money to continue with their businesses.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Osetta. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, with the rain coming down in parts of the city, we're going to see some heightened traffic. Coming off Thika Super Highway has not been doing too badly this week, and we're looking at that going then towards the Italy Drift out towards the city centre. Coming off of that in Gongkaren Road, you can't use that. Still being sorted out because of that power. What is that thing called? The
pylon.
The Thank you very much. The pole that fell this morning, so you cannot use that part of the road. You're going to want to use Langata Road or go the long way and use the bypass because that is closed as they sort out that issue. Coming out of Westlands, also traffic's going to build up as you get towards Wayaki Way. It doesn't look too bad coming off of Mombasa Road. The southern bypass looks pretty good. But we're seeing some traffic that's really heavy on Langata Road. And that's because everybody is hopping off of Gong Road to use Langata Road because of that issue. That's what's going on there. Let's talk in a bit. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 7 minutes after 7. Good morning and welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room. Happy Wednesday. If you're just joining us, thank you very much. You made a wise decision. This is the way to start your day. And CT Muga holding his Samsung Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra, which has very many other things. Like what?
My friend, it is an S Pen. An S Pen.
The S Pen. Tell us about the S Pen.
It's a pen, but what it does for you, it enables you to actually write. If you do not wish to use your keyboard to type, but you like writing, you like using your fingers to pen down information, use an S Pen to do that on this very tablet, on this very screen. So you can write away.
Right.
Yes.
Take your notes
in
a meeting.
But you must always remember that this particular tablet, Samsung Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra, has a battery life of 3 days. 3. Meaning today, it's working.
Tomorrow.
You haven't charged it. Tomorrow, you still haven't charged it. It's working. The day after tomorrow, it's like if it starts today, up to Friday, it'll still be working. Saturday, you'll need to charge it. But, so think about a safari that you're going for, and there's a likelihood that you go to a place and there is a power blackout. It will serve you.
It will sort you out.
Yes, it will stand you in good stead.
Okay.
Right.
Don't be a proverb, Sasa.
Proverb, if you are not willing to be stupid.
To be?
I thought you're listening. If you're not willing to look stupid, nothing great is ever going to happen to you. Good. Couldn't people pay attention? If you're not willing to look.
If you're not willing to look stupid.
Nothing great is ever going to happen to you.
Okay.
So none great things will happen to you.
Great things come to those who look stupid.
Great things come to those who are willing to look
stupid temporarily.
So once they are willing and then they look, great things happen.
Okay, I'm going to be looking stupid from now on.
Yes.
So that great things
can come your way.
Yes.
Sindio?
Kabisa.
So this story of importation of maize. So already there's a ship that's docked at the port of Mombasa and came from the port of Beira in Mozambique, carrying 10,000 tons of maize. Yesterday, the Kenya Ports Authority confirmed the vessels docked at berth 7, but that by last evening it had not started to offload the maize. According to KPA Principal Communication Officer Haji Masemo, the Kenya Bureau of Standards and Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, KAFIS, will determine the quality of the maize before it's released. She docked today at berth number 7, but it has not started to offload. The 14-day shipping list prepared by the KPA indicates the vessels left Beira on Wednesday last week and arrived at the Kenya waters at the Indian Ocean on Monday. Marine Traffic, the only application that tracks the movement of ships across the globe, indicates the maize could have been loaded at the port of Beira in Mozambique. According to data from government agencies, the country has an annual maize deficit of about 700,000 tons. Wow. Write that somewhere. Annual deficit is 700,000 tons. It fuels through imports from Uganda, Tanzania and other COMESA countries, and Mozambique at 50% tariff. The former National Treasury Cabinet Secretary Ukur Yatani had extended the free maize import that was scheduled to expire on May 9th to September 30th. Last week, President William Ruto said in Kuala that the government will import 10,000 tons to cushion Kenyans against hunger. He did not, however, expressly indicate whether the said imports will be GMO or non-GMO maize. Yesterday, Seaforth Shipping Limited, the local ship handler, said it is not ready to release the details of the consignment, adding that KRA and KPA had all the details. The arrival of the maize in Mombasa sparked debate in the country, with MPs from the country's food basket South Rift threatening to censure industrialization CS Moses Kuria. So there's a whole thing that we saw, members of parliament from this maize growing region saying, look, why are we importing maize? And their issue is not even about GMO primarily. The issue first is importation. Why import maize, yet farmers have maize? A statement that was read by Senator Cherargei of Nandi was that we have maize. You've got to factor in the fact that farmers actually went to great lengths to get very expensive fertilizer and other inputs. They have produced the maize. They have maize. There is already maize in the stores, and there is maize that's going to be harvested in the next couple of weeks. So why start importing maize now? That's a question they're asking. The government, on the other hand, is saying, look, there's a shortage in the market. Part of the reason why there is high prices. Remember, we've just talked about the previous government extending an importation window up to September 30th, right?
Yes.
Why was that importation window opened by the former CS for agriculture and for finance? It's because they needed to meet the deficit, to bridge the deficit in the market. So when the farmers say that they have maize, and the leaders say that there is maize in the country, and then the leaders say that we are about to harvest, and the government says there's a shortage of maize, and the millers are claiming that they are selling unga to us at such high prices because of the high cost of acquiring the maize, whom do we believe?
Okay.
What's the situation?
Can we get back to the one commodity that is actually causing this debate, maize?
Yes.
If we have maize in the country, where is it? Forget the maize that is in the fields, okay? This maize we keep talking about, whether it is 20,000 tons, whether it is 20 million bags, whatever it is, where are they? Where is it? Now, have we experienced a shortage of maize flour in the market? No, we haven't. What we've experienced is the high cost of maize flour. So for there to be a high cost of maize flour, it means, or the supposition is that it's being bought at something expensive. But with this same story, we know of middle-sized and small-scale millers having shut down because they say they do not have enough products. Okay? So product that they mill is maize. So it means that this story of maize being adequate, you have to ask, if people have shut down because they don't have maize, is it that the maize isn't available for them to buy, or is it not economical for them to buy it at that price or to mill it? That's phase one. Phase two, there's the issue of the government importing maize and saying that they are allowing this maize to come in duty free because it's supposed to forestall the shortage. Okay? If it wasn't the government saying this, one perhaps would say, okay, maize is coming into the country. The unfortunate thing is that we have a history of scandals revolving around maize.
Yes.
And it has been with players who are either employees of the government, politicians who have in positions, ministerial positions, people within the structure of authority in the country. So, if this is being mentioned, let's leave the GMO story aside for the time being.
Let's just talk about maize.
Let's just talk about maize.
Okay.
When it comes in, it just raises, unfortunately, more questions. More so against the backdrop of what we're being told it's going to be gazetted in a couple of days, and then lo and behold, boom, as Ndu would say, the maize has arrived. You keep asking, why are there so many gaps in this story, and why don't we hear from the government and say, when we talk about the 20 million bags, they are in this go down and this go down and this go down, and you can go and check and you'll find that we actually have maize there. Now, when there are gaps like this, it means someone is spinning a yarn. There's a tale being told here. And everything that we're hearing is inconclusive. The only thing that is conclusive is that we have a ship that has docked. We know the ship's capacity. We've been told of the deficit that we have. Everything else, can one really verify?
So if there are 20 million bags of maize in the country,
bit difficult to hide,
20 million bags times 90 kilogram bag is what? Is about 1.8 million tons of maize. Okay? Now, is that even sufficient to bridge a gap?
No.
That we have.
How much? Okay, so if we're saying, because what you said was 700,000 tons is a deficit.
Yep.
Then that's the deficit that the country has to deal with, and so you get imports from Tanzania, Uganda, whatever. So I wonder if we're going to put that against what the uptake by Kenya is on a yearly basis. We don't know. I would have to look at what that number is, but we are saying that there's a deficit of 700,000. Now, if this 10,000 that's coming in is definitely not to bridge the gap. This 10,000 tons that's coming in.
This is just one ship.
Is nowhere enough to bridge the deficit. And now we're not even talking about deficit. We're talking about a need today, right now. This is also coming off the back of what the NCPP had previously said, that there is no maize in the silos. This was about 6 to 8 months ago. So this was at the back end of 2021 when they had come out and said, there's no maize. We don't have anything. The stock has been depleted. The national food reserves depleted. What does depleted mean? That there's nothing. They said the reserves were empty in what could jeopardize government's efforts to provide relief food to needy Kenyans. Remember, this drought situation had started a while ago. We're not talking about a today issue. So when you're asking where is the maize, the cereals board definitely doesn't have it. And this is a year before that when they were turning away farmers who had come to their gates and said, look, will you buy from us and store? And they said, no, our silos are full. A year after that, they said, actually, no, we've now depleted everything we do not have. Farmers were unable to deliver to them because clearly they didn't have. So I know that this is a sensational conversation. It is emotional because people are talking about protectionism and people are talking about et cetera, et cetera. But the truth of the matter is that here we have to deal with raw black and white facts. If we are saying that the protection of farmers is paramount in all of this, yes, we get it. And if we're also saying on one hand that the maize is there, right? Bring it. Because are we saying that today, if the maize is available, that the government, through the ministry, will not mop up that maize from farmers? They will not buy it? And put it in the board? And put it in the barns?
One of the concerns that's been expressed is the costs of locally produced maize. Now, if you open the floodgates and you allow this other maize that's coming in also duty-free, or if in the case of maize coming from Mozambique, it's coming at 50% duty, tariffs in the commercial region, and now if you open the window and you allow them to come duty-free, basically they're coming duty-free.
Sure.
It's going to be cheaper than the maize that's been produced by local farmers. Now, the fear is that who's going to buy this maize from a local farmer that is costing X more than the maize that is coming from Mr. So-and-so who's imported the maize and they have it in the silo.
And now this, which makes perfect sense. But the side from which government would argue is, all right, then in this case, where there is no food, what do we do? Can we really wait until February when you're saying this bumper harvest that you will expect so that we will have more maize moving, or we'll have more produce moving in the market for the government to then be able to mop it up? Do we wait?
There's a planning problem here, because the National Cereals and Produce Board, one of the things that they're supposed to do is not just store maize. They're supposed to buy a lot of maize when there's a glut.
They're supposed to forecast.
Yes, that's the whole point. They're supposed to focus. And the understanding was that they would buy when there's a glut, pay a good price to the farmers, and wait when the prices get better, sell it to the millers directly. Okay? But what has been happening in this country is they sell it to brokers, who then sell it to millers. So the price just keeps doing a thing for you. If they don't have enough storage capacity, have we ever heard of a story where they've increased storage capacity around the country? Because they keep saying they are full. Do we know, or have we ensured that we have enough storage to store the maize that is produced in the country, and to even be able to keep crops from other places should we need to have storage? Talking about food security, that story one never hears of. One hears of maize rotting in storage, one hears of storage capacity being full, but the story of capacity being increased because the population of this country keeps increasing, one doesn't hear those stories. Now, from a planning perspective, this is a tired old story. What is it that has been done to increase our capacity? What stopped the government from buying maize from other countries that had bumper crops at a very cheap price and storing it?
Okay.
Again, food security. All these things are not things that I have come up with. These are things that the government knows, National Cereals and Produce Board know, and these are things they should be doing. They know.
There's a big forecasting problem. There's a huge planning and strategy issue, that's for sure. It does exist, and everybody really then needs to pull their socks up in terms of how that's going to be handled in the future. If you're getting to a place where Kenya is then food secure and then food sustainable, majority of that work is planning. It's not about even the hard produce being available. The majority of the work, in order to get you from a place where you're food insecure to food secure or stable, is planning. It's the work that needs to be done. However, right now, today, with the ship that has docked, okay, with the evident problem that there is, the question is, can Kenya survive the next 3 months? Because what the farmers are telling us today, look, put aside the games that might be being played, the power plays that might be happening behind the scenes. Can Kenya survive December, January, until the end of February for the forecasted harvest without this injection of external maize? Number one. Number two, the maize that they're saying available, if it is not going to do a Houdini move and just show up, if it is not going to show up from the farmers who are saying this one is available, buy it from us, if it is not going to show up, then is it not prudent of the government today to do everything they can to get sources of maize to feed Kenyans?
The individuals involved, how will they make money if they follow that logic?
Where is the money going to be made if there is no, even the 20K you're talking about, where is it?
This is
to
contrived.
me, we have to deal with the right now. If we're talking about two simple things, number one, there's drought. You've not been able to harvest in the way you normally would that would feed your people, at least to a certain level. Number two, there's what you had in storage does not exist. It is not there anymore. And you need a solution today. People are saying food is too expensive, the little that there is available. And it's going to get to a point where that which is available is going to run out. So what do? Let's be practical. For 3 months, The harvest is not going to happen for another 3 months. From what the farmers have told us, they said, look, let us wait till February. Protect your farmers. Let's wait. Okay, what are people going to eat between now and then?
You know, if a situation exists such as this one and it's perennial, it can't be accidental. Because we're talking about things that the government knows better than we do. We know of papers that have been written. We know of plans that have been made. We know structures that have existed. And if despite all these things, we are still having this same discussion, there are people who've contrived and ensured that this is the situation. It's chaotic, it's problematic, and that's where they thrive. Because the order that we are speaking of is more like a fairy tale in this instance. Something that is a staple food in a country, year in, year out, we're talking about a similar problem. And somehow the solution to this problem is always import this or the other. Somehow. You have an entire industry that is supposed to be in the production of sugar, collapses, and somehow we are always importing sugar, and yet the demand for sugar has not gone down in this country. I mean, there are things that defy logic. So when it defies logic, you have to ask yourself the question, is this a force of nature or is it a force of mankind?
Is it something that's been...
Yes, is it something that has been created, and is it a situation that has been encouraged by others because they want it to be so?
One of the MPs who is on the forefront of this particular matter is the MP for Pokot South, Honorable David Gikaria, who now joins us on the line. Mheshimiwa, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
How are you today?
I'm good.
It's good to hear from you, Mheshimiwa. I know you have said that if Moses Kuria does not do something by today, you will start collecting signatures for his removal. Let's take a couple of steps back, though. Let's understand this issue. What is the main complaint by the the maize growing farmers and the leaders?
I don't blame you. Maybe you come from the sugar belt.
No, it's because Titi was just talking about sugar just now.
I am the one who comes from a sugar belt.
All right, fine. Now, listen, my brother. Let me tell you, and let's say the truth. What's going on now in where we come from is that people are harvesting. People are drying maize. People already have maize. When people are harvesting, when people are drying maize, they're drying maize for what? For sale. And to sell to who? Primarily to sell to government.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the biggest buyer
is the government.
From where we come from is government. Through NCBB and so on. And it has been like that since I was born. Now, what is irritating us, what is immoral, and that's why we are calling for impeachment of the reckless Honorable Kuria, is that when the government now is supposed to be planning to buy our maize, they are importing 10 million bags. They are killing farmers, my brother. They are killing this country. Because you know what's going to happen? And you are importing them duty-free. So you bring this maize, GMO or not GMO. And that's my argument, because there are two arguments there. There's an importation and a GMO. But for me, what I'm saying is GMO or not GMO. When you bring them duty-free, my brother, you know what's going to happen, and my sister?
Tell us.
You make our maize to be sold at 1,000 shillings a bag.
Okay.
And yet, we spend, I said yesterday, it's on record, farmers spend 60,850 per acre.
How much again?
Now, 60,850 shillings per acre. This includes buying the fertilizer, buying the seeds, tilling the land, palliering in Kiswahili, taking care of your maize. You know, when your maize is getting ready, you need some workmen. Other people come and, you know, so all that put together comes about 60,000 shillings per acre. And we estimate to harvest, or farmers are estimating to harvest about 25 bags of 90 kilos of bags of maize.
Per acre.
Per acre.
So government is aware. People have invested that 60,000. Never happens. You want to pour that investment into the drain? No, we can't allow that. That is irresponsible, Minister.
May I ask you, Mheshimiwa? So, obviously, we're looking at seeking to harvest, and from what I understand, we're looking at February for the harvest, isn't it? Around that time?
No. Where are you talking about?
When is the
you
harvest?
Come to Trans Nzoia. You come to Trans Nzoia now.
When
it's
is
happening
the harvest?
now.
Okay. Now.
Yes, people are harvesting now. You come to Trans Nzoia now. Come to Uasin Gishu now. People are harvesting. People are drying maize.
All right, Mheshimiwa, this is the question.
Yes.
Are we saying that there is maize available for Kenya today?
Yes.
Okay. If that is the case, and if this conversation is happening, are we seeing a situation whereby maize is going to the barns, maize is going to the millers? Millers on one hand are saying they have nothing to process.
No, millers are lying to the minister. Millers are behaving like cartels. And they're listening to me now as I talk to you. Millers are blackmailing the minister to make the minister believe and tell people that there's no maize.
Right.
And let me tell you, let me even build you the story. What is the context of this story? The context of this story is GMO. Did GMO discussion begin today? No. It began a long time ago. And therefore, this is a different topic. This somebody else is pushing. And I say this, and we will name those multinationals at the right time. This is a multinational business. It's not the interest of people of Kenya. And that's why we're asking, with the MPs from this region, we're asking, whose interest is the minister pushing this agenda? It is the interest of multinationals. It is not the interest of our farmers in Kenya. It is not. And that is why Parliament is ready to take Moses Kuria home.
Honorable Kusing, I want to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
When was the last time the government had opened the window for duty-free import of maize?
Yes.
When did it last do this?
I have to check the records. I can't tell you off head now.
Our records indicate that the CS for National Treasury, the former CS Ukuri Atani, had extended this up to end of September.
End of?
September.
This year?
September this year?
Yes.
So May to September.
So around this time, there was a shortage of maize in the country. So between September and November, was there any harvesting that was taking place?
You see, when you are asking those questions, my brother.
Yes.
I will say that you are becoming academic. You are becoming theoretic. The context upon which we are debating this thing is farmers at the moment. Let us not say about November or September. We are becoming academic. The truth is, and the farmers listening to your radio, because this is one of the most popular radio now being listened in Kenya. The farmers listening now are harvesting. They want to sell maize. So don't tell us about November or September. The context, and that is why we are firm to defend our people. We are elected by people to defend people. We don't defend or represent trees.
Yeah.
We represent people in Parliament and particularly National Assembly. My brother, people want to sell maize. So where will you want our farmers to sell maize, my good brother? Where?
How much would you like?
Give me where they will sell.
How much would you like to sell the maize for?
We did math. We did some mathematics. And I can send you that one. We did some mathematics. I asked farmers to do mathematics. And the mathematics is, the fair price is 4,500.
4,500 per 90 kilogram bag.
Yes, but what's available now is between 3,200 and 3,600.
That's currently available.
Yes.
That is what the market is demanding. But then if I look at the cost, at what you've just factored in as your total cost of production per acre, 60,850, and you're producing 25 bags of 90 kilograms per acre, then your cost of production per bag is 2,434.
Yes.
Why do farmers want to earn double their cost of
You
production?
see, if you look at that earning, my brother, if you're earning, let's say, for example, that 2,000 per bag, that is an annual earning.
Okay.
So put yourself and say, in 12 months, you're earning 2,000. How much per month? Oh, my good. It is nothing. And the farmer that depends on that for his health or his health of his children, and the school fees and so on. I mean, there's myriad of things, my brother. There's not a job. It's only farming. So, and then again, we are also talking against a backdrop of this government was selling an idea, which is guaranteed minimum returns.
Yes.
That is what they were actually selling, and Kenyans seems to have been convinced.
And voted for them.
And voted for them. Regardless of how the result came, we have a government. We want to respect it. But now, what happened? They are now moving from guaranteed minimum returns
to open market,
and they are saying that farmers are hoarding maize. You remember? You listen to what the leader of majority said yesterday in Parliament.
Yes.
That is a different language. In fact, Kenyans are saying, and these are the people who are doing campaigns. They have changed. In fact, less than 3 months, they have completely changed.
Is there any, Moshiba, looking at that argument also, when they say that farmers would be hoarding maize in order to be able to drive then the price up, would there be any kind of reason to that at all?
If there are no prices, what do you do, madam?
You
cannot recover. If you cannot recover your investment, so what do you do?
But 3,200 is not a loss.
It's a big loss. That's what I'm telling you that, and I'm telling you, what is that? If you turn it in a year, you in a month, or take it monthly returns, there's nothing, peanuts. And take yourself as that farmer who has no job, like you people having a job that you're going to be paid. That man is not paid, or that woman is not paid. And I'll tell you this: we are talking like that. You think that is a debate? People think that is theoretical. It is going to cost some people. It is so bad on the ground, my brother. Things on the ground are different.
All right.
It is very painful.
Mheshimiwa, there's something that I'd like to ask.
Yes.
As Mheshimiwa who comes from a region which we refer to as the breadbasket of this country.
Yes.
Would you say the government has adequate storage to take in all the maize that is produced in this country?
I will say yes. Because if you look at, you take an example of, for example, West Pokot. We have a depot in Kapenguria. We have another one in Kacheliba.
Yes.
We have another one in Sigor.
Yes.
And basically they are empty now. So if you take an example of all other places like Trans Nzoia, Uasin-Gishu, Bungoma, coming to Nandi, coming to Nakuru, you will almost say the same thing.
Okay.
Nothing in the stores.
The reason why I'm asking this question is if we have sufficient storage, because I'd raised the question earlier, then
yes.
As Waheshimiwa, should there not be a further discussion of ensuring that the government actually does have reserves, literal reserves, that are there for such a time in storage?
That is a very fundamental question, my brother. But we can ask it differently.
Yes.
And it is provided for in law. There's something called strategic reserve.
Yes.
The government must have 3 million bucks in our strategic reserve.
Yes.
Right? And that is, that is not something that you wake up one morning and say, hey, sorry, we don't have 3 million bucks. No. No. It is provided for in law. That, of course, our consumption is about 40 million bucks. And we almost harvest that one in Kenya. Right? We almost harvest that one in Kenya. But what you need to have in store called strategic reserve. We have even an organization in charge of strategic reserve. I don't know whether you can remember this one, which was being chaired by former minister from Trans Nzoia. Wekesa.
Yep.
Can you imagine? It is so important that we have a parastatal in, taking care of our strategic reserve. 3 million bucks. You don't need to sell that one, even to anybody. So you cannot tell me that the government has just woken up one morning and say, hey, look here, we don't have maize. No. This is a lie, my brother. This is a game.
I want to thank you very much.
And this can be interpreted as an inside game.
We want to thank you for speaking to
I don't know why you people in the media are not asking who is pushing this agenda.
And I want to ask you that question directly because many of you are alluding to there being a game afoot. What is this mischief, Mheshimiwa David Kosing?
The mischief is this, and it can come from questions. Why is it being pushed like it is do or die. Whose interest? You can't tell me that we don't have food reserve. That's provided for in law. That is a responsible government. So that aside, why are they pushing like this? Number two, why did we open GMO without public participation? What happened? Just all of a sudden somebody say, okay, we have opened and the GMOs come home. And in the process of GMO discussion, you are saying, let us bring these 10 million bags of GMO. And it's going to be duty-free. I mean, whose interest is this, my brother? I mean, you can't... You see, Kenyans and our intelligence is not stupid. We can see something is happening.
Mr. Kosing.
And now to couple with our farmers have harvested, they have the maize. Why don't you take the maize? And when you're doing like that, then you can... 1 + 1 is equal to 2, my brother.
All right, let me ask whether this is true, Mr. Kosing.
Yes, sir.
The announcement of the government lifting the ban on GMO was made after a cabinet meeting chaired by the president himself.
Yes.
The announcement of Kenya importing maize in this window was made first by the CS for trade,
yes,
but was also repeated by the president himself last week while he was at the coast.
Yes.
Is that true? Is that 1 + 1?
The thing is, it is suspicious that people are moving this fast. You know, by the way, do you know that this government is hardly 3 months in office? So what has just happened all of a sudden that things are moving too fast? What is going on? Whose interest is this? What is going on? Whose interest is this?
Will you tell us?
And even when we have maize, we are thinking that this is an interest of multinationals.
Okay.
Yes, multinationals are pushing an agenda to open Kenya for market.
What would be the
What would they have on the government to push the government to actually bend over backwards? Like you're saying, the government is made up of politicians who just recently campaigned on a certain campaign promise. And now you say that they are completely doing an about turn. What is it that these alleged multinationals that would have on a government to force them their hand like this?
What we might be thinking, we ourselves as politicians and leaders, is that there might have been some talks behind the scenes. What Kenyans commonly saying, nyuma ya tent. It's true. Now nyuma ya tent is coming to inside the tent. And they are being pushed and say, look, you know what, but we agreed on something. Why are you not doing what we are supposed or what we agreed? Because you can ask yourself.
Because yours was not the only agreement.
Pardon?
You were not the only one who was agreed with.
Yours was not the only agreement.
We don't know, even when people are talking, you don't know they are talking to who. Until when they are being pushed as they are now being pushed. Because we are suspecting these people were talking behind the tent, nyuma ya tent.
David Gikaria.
And let me tell you, it will come out. It will, in fact, the owners, let me tell you, the owners will come out. Yes.
David Gikaria, Pokot South MP, thank you very much for speaking to us. We hope to have you in the studio soon.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. This is Kenya's biggest conversation at 17 minutes to 8. Let's take a quick break. We take a look at the traffic and the weather forecast. And then we'll also open up the phone lines and try to reach other legislators as well. If you are from this maize growing region and you're talking about having maize and you're harvesting maize and you'd like to put maize in the market, we'd also like to hear from you as well. We're talking about the controversy surrounding maize. Farmers, like the Honorable David Gikaria is telling us, are currently harvesting in some parts of the country. A ship has docked at the port of Mombasa from Mozambique with tons of maize. Should we be importing maize at this point or should we not?
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Enjoy Black November with Cold Stone Creamery Kenya. Get 2 Gotta Have It cups and 2 cake slices at only 1,500 Kenya shillings. And other amazing deals for you and your friends this November. Visit any of our stores in Nairobi or Mombasa and enjoy creamy, smooth ice cream and deliciously crafted ice cream cakes. Ice cream is always a great idea.
Everyone remembers the ambition they first had when they started their business.
A business holds promise. An idea could blow up and change lives anywhere on the planet. But the best idea is not worth much if it can't be executed by a solid team. Introducing The Room, the talent solution that provides a global network of tech talent, relationships, and resources dedicated to drive growth and innovation in your business. Hire tech talent and pick from qualified software engineers, cloud developers, web developers, and data analysts, all vetted and trained to Silicon Valley standards. The way we work has changed, and subsequently, so should the way we hire. Visit theroom.com today and discover how we can improve your business.
It's a magical Christmas at Westgate Shopping Mall. Spend 1,000 Kenya shillings and above and stand to win an all-inclusive Mediterranean cruise to the most beautiful cities in Europe. Visit Rome, Venice, Barcelona, and get to bring someone with you. You also have the chance to win once-in-a-lifetime balloon safari over the Masai Mara and a luxury stay at Marangeche Camp, and the opportunity to win 500,000 worth of luxury furniture from Queen Picks. It's magical, and it's all yours to experience.
Still looking at cloudy and rainy conditions in Nairobi. We'll go to highs of 21 and lows of 16. Looking into Nyeri, it's cloudy at 16, highs of 22 and lows of 14. 17 and light rain in Nyeri, highs of 21 and lows of 14. And it's sunny at 15 in Eldoret, highs of 22 and lows of 13. The rain is still coming down in Mombasa at 27, highs of 31 and lows of 24. And we'll see lows of 25 in a rainy Malindi at 28 currently. It's raining at 20 in Kisumu, highs of 26 and lows of 18, and we'll see highs of 24 in Kakamega, where it's cloudy at 19. Sunny conditions at 19 in Kampala, highs of 23 and lows of 17, and we'll see highs of 31 in Dar es Salaam, where it's also raining at 27. It's 15 and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 24 and lows of 14, and 26 and mostly clear in Lagos, highs of 33, and we'll see highs of 33 in a partly sunny Kinshasa at 22.
Spice up your life.
Okay, so we're still looking at traffic building up coming off the Thika Superhighway this morning. It hasn't been too bad, but then out of nowhere, we're seeing that coming in well from Kiambu County, in from Thika Town. It's heavy as you get in past the Allsops Junction and then through into the city. So Thika Road is one to contend with this morning. And we're also looking at Kiambu Road. My goodness, it's been giving people headaches, hypertension, everything today, this week. And today is not left out. It's bumper to bumper. It's heavy. It's crazy. Limuru Road is also bleeding, and we're looking at quite some traffic coming off of United Nations Avenue and joining with Red Hill Road. Coming off of Waiaki Way, very slow traffic there. Lower Kabete, well into Spring Valley. It's also coming off of what bounces off of Kuna Road from James Gishuru. So that whole area, another story. The rain is also coming down there, so please be careful. What's this? It's Langata Road. So everybody's running away from Karen Gong Road Junction because of that fallen power post. And so we have heavy traffic on Langata Road today because everybody's using that diversion. That's what's happening and that's what's causing it. Tell us what's going on where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4
to 8. Continue. So you've heard what Mashmoko Singh is saying, that they've done their math, and a farmer in the North Rift is spending about 60,850 shillings per acre to produce maize.
And the number of
and
bags
they harvest 25 bags
of 90 kilograms.
90 kilograms in that acre. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Mathematic. This one is going into fertilizer,
everything,
into seeds, into plowing tractor, into kupalilia, into worker watchman up or security, into everything. So price per bag then comes down to 2,434. Farmers want to sell at a minimum of 4,500 a bag. The market is asking for 3,200 shillings. So farmers are saying, why sell? This is just going to be a loss. Is that making sense?
Farmers are saying it would have been like, we're doing this for
At least
you.
I need to make 2,000 bob.
Let me make something.
I need to make 100% sort of.
It's a business for them. It's business.
Yeah, but 100%.
So who dictates how much a farmer can make when their inputs have been 1, 2, 3? Who dictates in any business how much you can then charge up as per what you put on top?
You
Does the
decide your
market
price.
dictate-
You decide your price. The market decides how much it wants to buy. Then you meet somewhere.
Okay, so what we are saying here is that the farmers are saying this is what they're going to sell at. It is very clear that any maize that is imported is going to retail at a lower price. It is.
Yep.
Is there an impasse between government and farmers on pricing? Is that the problem? Is it a pricing issue or is it an availability issue that we are dealing with right now?
We are dealing with a multiplicity of things.
So it's many things.
Yes, and at the heart of it is the NCPB, because
there's nothing there.
After we had a problem in 2009, because we had a maize scandal then, the World Bank came in and looked at that situation, and they actually conducted the research, and their findings were particularly interesting. Among the things that we keep talking about, which they also raised then, was that the government should consider restructuring the National Cereals and Produce Board, restructuring it so that many things that they do and which happen and which contribute to these prices we're talking about also takes place. But they also said that the tariffs that the government likes slaving on imports, things that are directly related to maize, because it is staple in this country, not just be reviewed, should be lowered. Now, if you were to look at that report, which people in government understand better than we do, you would have to ask the question, okay, moving from one problem to another, 2009 and now, we're talking about 13 years hence. What has been done to ensure that some of these recommendations were looked into and probably implemented in a manner that would suit our circumstances?
Yeah.
What do we have in place? Remember the 3 million bags strategic storage. Okay, what about adding to that storage when you open the window, buying maize from countries that have bumper harvests and are willing to sell it at a lower price? I mean, the alternatives to ensuring that there's food in the country, it's not as though there's a deficit. There is no deficit. But the deficit seems to be something that we experience when a deliberate action is taken by some individuals to ensure that this situation that we are currently in is maintained. So that anything else and everything extraneous that they want to put in play can be put in play.
There's a reasoning that's given on every side.
Yes.
Look at what the government, in maybe not so many words, is saying, look, we need to provide this thing at a price that people can afford. We're going to bring it from outside because farmers are asking us to buy this thing at 4,500 shillings. It's a bit expensive. That's one side. These guys are saying, come on, we toiled over this thing. The inputs cost X amount. This is what we have agreed that we're going to sell it for. It is available. People are sending us pictures right now and saying, look, I don't know. Currently harvesting and politicians are talking. We haven't even shelled the maize. It's right here. We have it. That's just an example of saying, we have this maize. Why can't you buy it from us? Government is saying, we can't buy it at that rate and it's not enough. So what exactly is afoot? What exactly is afoot here?
Remember this structure that we speak of. Many people who produce maize in this country sell directly to consumers, not necessarily to the National Cereals and Produce Board. But within that structure, understand, we have briefcase farmers, people who don't own an inch of land, and yet they present themselves as farmers. We have brokers. We have people who present themselves as millers and do not own a single factory, a single unit that actually produces this. Now, when you look into the play of things, you have maize, you have all these individuals playing in this sector here. Guess who bears the brunt of it? The consumer.
It's the consumer.
Yes.
The biggest buyer of maize is actually the government.
It is the government.
So most of the people who are selling at farm gates, they are selling to some middleman who will aggregate and then take it to the NCPB.
It ends up there.
It ends up at the NCPB. So there are very many farmers who are out just selling their farm gate, just chukua mahindi peleka, and then it ends up at the. Remember the latest scandal that we had surrounding the NCPB was around how much money is actually being paid to farmers.
Yes.
Actual farmers for the purchase of maize. And the whole issue was there are people who claim to have supplied maize to the NCPB and they are being paid money, and you look at those people and you ask them, you have supplied X thousand bags of maize
from
where is the farm?
Yes, exactly. Where's the yes?
And there was no farm to show for very many of these, and that's where now the issues come in. Who exactly is playing the game here? Because if the farmer wants to sell their maize at 4,500, are they saying that we're selling the maize at 4,500 to the NCPB? Or is a farmer saying, I'm willing to sell at 3,200, you go and take it to the NCPB at whatever price?
Yes.
What exactly is happening? This message here by Kibiche Karunei Teigut, who says, I am both a maize farmer and a trader. Currently, we are harvesting. These are politicians talking. We haven't even started shelling the maize. It's a coincidence that Bill Gates came to Kenya, Ruto lives for Korea, and shipment docks in Mombasa.
Conspiracy.
Stretch it. All the way. The point is that, yes, they're harvesting, but they haven't started shelling. So it's not yet.
So it's not ready.
It's not ready to go to the NCPB tomorrow. But then, is it a push, a negotiation that this is how much we'd like the NCPB to buy the maize
From
at?
us.
If NCPB is buying the maize at this price and the millers are saying we cannot buy maize from NCPB at this price, then somebody has got to bridge the gap. And who's the somebody? You and I, taxpayer.
You see, this gap that we speak of, that's what the strategic reserve is supposed to, this is where they're supposed to come in. So even this discussion we're saying, whether it is next month or the month before, the strategic reserve is supposed to fill this gap as we wait for the farmers to do their thing so that their maize is available. Who controls the tariffs of the inputs that make the price of maize high? It is not the farmer.
It is the government.
Yes.
Yeah.
And who is the biggest buyer of the maize? It is the government. There is a certain member of parliament who right now is supposed to be in jail. And the reason why he's gone to jail or he was pronounced guilty is again matters relating to
supply to NCPB.
Precisely. The amount of money, the maize, and the story. Remember, I've told you that even in the sector, the sugar sector where I live, there are people who would collect checks for sugar cane, don't own a farm, has never supplied any cane to the factory in their lives. So, when these things are allowed, and it isn't as though the factories don't know what's happening, they do know. It isn't as though NCPB doesn't know what's happening, they do. Many people could argue that they are complicit in this entire saga and the problem that we are now facing. Because in the absence of their participation, how would this particular game be possible? They have to be complicit.
Very many things are happening here. And I'm also seeing somebody who's saying they're a farmer, but not in the what is considered the grain basket of the country, in Taita Taveta. And how much is it costing them to produce maize? So let me tell you from what they've written. He says, bush clearing, 1,800. Put calculator on your Samsung Galaxy Z Flip phone.
Thank you very much.
Bush clearing, 1,800. Plowing with tractor, 3,000. Planting using cow plow, 1,800. Seeds, 1,500. Fertilizer, 3,000. Plowing, weeding by hand when maize has grown, 3,000. The rain is free. Even if you lease the land, it will cost 7,500 per acre per season, or 15,000 per year. Total that?
Do you want me to do with the 7,000 or the 15,000?
With the 15,000 per year.
So that comes to 21,900.
So it says in Taita Taveta, this is how much it's costing to produce maize in an acre. Not the 60,000 that is now compared to on the other side. So very many arguments and counter arguments on this particular issue.
So there's no one similar thread. That's why it gives rise to this, conversation about there being not a game afoot, games afoot. That there are many things going on, unfortunately to the detriment of the Kenyan who is waiting for the staple to be delivered at a price that they can afford. Because that is it. Availability, a sustainable source at a price that you can afford, which is what Kenyans are looking for. And for your staple, that is not too much to ask. But the games of which people are playing, how much can get into my pocket, government then trying to make sure that the prices are at a place that they can manage, and those who are in the business of the thing wanting to make sure that they can get, a decent wage for their sweat. Everybody's playing this game here, but at the same time, who is being honest? And the one that is being honest is the one who is waiting to put the food on the plate.
That's the only one. This whole 1 hour conversation, I'm still as confused as we were at the beginning.
In the beginning.
Yeah. I don't know what's better. Anyway, keep it here for more conversations. We'd like to continue that conversation on social media. Please share your comments and your thoughts on this. Yeah, should the government halt the importation of maize to allow for farmers to harvest and then to purchase that maize from farmers and then bridge the gap after we know how much our farmers have produced and at what price, or should they not? Keep it here for more conversations. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto is in South Korea, where he is set to hold talks with his host President Yoon Suk-yeol on economic ties, diplomatic relations and cooperation. According to State House, President Ruto's first meeting was with the Kenyan community living in South Korea. The president is in South Korea for a 3-day official visit on the invitation of his counterpart Yoon Suk-yeol. He is scheduled to attend the Business Forum, where he will market Kenya as a suitable investment destination for foreign investors. The visit is also expected to open up job opportunities for tech-savvy youth in both countries. Now, the Senate is questioning how the Minister of Education spent 873 million shillings in the school feeding program. This after Education CS Ezekiel Machogu told the Senate Education Committee that the ministry has so far spent the said amount in giving food aid to various schools affected by drought. According to the ministry, 201 million shillings has been used to give cash transfers to various schools, 607 million shillings to buy food, while a further 54 million shillings to transport the food to Turkana, Samburu, Garissa, Wajir, Marsabit, Isiolo, Tana River, Mandera and West Pokot counties. Machogu, however, assured senators that they had ways of tracking the food to the school level. And Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza has termed the motion tabled in Meru County Assembly to impeach her as a witch hunt. Kawira says she's certain the move will flop. The motion, which was tabled by Abutuguchi West MCA Dennis Kiogora, was supported by 68 out of the total 69 MCAs in the Assembly by appending their signatures.
Honorable Speaker, I beg with the support of honorable members of the County Assembly of Meru, whose names and signatures are indicated in Annex 1 Year 2, to move a motion for the impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County, for 1. Gross violation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, gross violation of national and county laws, 3. Gross abuse of office, and 4. Gross misconduct. The specific grounds of the motion are organized thematically as outlined in the index below, and 2 elaborated in the ensuing pages of this motion. The evidence in support of the motion is set out in the annexes to the motion. The affidavit presented herewith verifies the accuracy and reliability of the annexes to the motion.
Now, Ukraine has donated 25,000 metric tons of wheat to Kenya that will be distributed to counties severely affected by the ongoing drought. The donation was presented to the office of Deputy President David Gikaria by the Ukrainian envoy to Kenya, Andrei Pravenik. The donation comes more than 2 weeks after President William Ruto called on development partners to step in and help Kenya to fight the effects of drought and boost food security. Ruto, who described the current drought situation as particularly worrying, called for concerted efforts in addressing it. The president said made the remarks at Nkale in Baragoi grounds in Turkana and Samburu counties. Now, a family in Mwea, Kirinyaga County has been thrown into mourning after their young son died by suicide. According to the family, the son was a grade 4 pupil at the Ngurubani Primary School. Reports indicate that the boy may have been troubled after losing his mother's sufuria at the Tiber River, where he had gone to wash utensils. The incident comes a few weeks after Class 7 pupil from the same area died by suicide. And members of the Nairobi County Assembly are now questioning the Nairobi City County Drinks Control and Licensing Board over unaccounted expenditure amounting to over 500 million shillings. The Assembly's Public Accounts Committee heard that the Office of the Auditor General that the board had been collecting revenues from the liquor sector and spending it at source against the Public Finance Management Act. The committee's acting chairperson, Robert Alai, said they are concerned by the idea of spending at source without any financial statements, without checks and balances, and no show of anyone holding them to account. The Kileleshwa Ward representative said they will also be interrogating the other officials, including County Executive Committee for Finance Alan Egambi, ex-Finance Chief Officer Mohammed Sahal, and ex-Director Liquor Board Hezbon Aguera over the same. And 3 suspected thugs have been arrested and a stolen firearm recovered in Kakamega. Police officers intensify efforts to curb insecurity across the country. The 3, Joseph Maina, Dennis Githai and Stanley Githai, were nabbed at a house in Mukumu area of Hayega location, Shinyalu sub-county. Sleuths drawn from the DCI in Western carried out the raid, which led to the apprehension of the suspects and a recovery of a pistol loaded with 15 rounds of ammunition said to have been stolen from a police officer. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseta. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, at a few minutes after 8 o'clock, we're looking at traffic still really heavy coming off Langata Road. The reason for that is because of what has happened on Gong Road this morning, that in Gong Karen area, because of that fallen electricity pole. That is still yet to be removed. And so we're seeing heavy traffic then coming off Langata Road. It's seeping over to Aerodrome, going then towards Lusaka for some reason, and then coming out Bunyala, then trying to get into the city. Also, it's seeping onto Rilo Dinka Way and then connecting with Gong Road on the other side. So Gong Road is taking the hit because you can't move on one side, and then coming around the back, traffic is coming through into the city. I think a super highway today for the first time this week, heavy traffic is coming in well beyond Safari Park in through Tosco Village. We're looking at well past Committee Road today. So traffic is really terrible throughout the city, and we're looking at it remaining that way for some time as long as the rains keep coming down. That situation in Mombasa City is also being sorted out. So guys, it's going to be a busy morning. Let's take it in stride. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter, try to keep things moving as best we can.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
7 minutes. No, it's coming up to 8 minutes after 8. This is the Situation Room. We are live on SpiceFM, KTN Home, and we live stream the show every weekday morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on YouTube and on Facebook. If you go to Facebook, you look for our page, SpiceFM KE. You go to YouTube as well, search for SpiceFM Kenya, and you will find our page, you'll find our live stream going on. And after every show, each conversation is then saved separately. So you can actually follow our conversations whenever, wherever, as you so wish. We have 2 guests who are joining us in the studio this hour, and we want to talk about women empowerment across the African continent, and particularly we just want to deal with Kenya for today. A commitment to women empowerment by Coca-Cola Foundation, and that's what we want to talk about. But before we welcome and say hello to the guests, CT has the proverb.
I do. The proverb from Western Sahara. If you are not willing to look stupid, nothing great is ever going to happen to you.
If you are not willing to look stupid,
yes,
nothing great will ever
Operative word here is look, not be. Not speak. Just look. Give the impression that you are.
Be willing to appear stupid.
Yes.
And great things will happen to you.
Yes.
So those people that we see great things happening to them,
they look stupid at one point.
Yes, they are.
If you look at them keenly, you'll see stupidity.
Hold it.
Now they were willing. Ndu,
Yeah.
you can hear us?
Now I can. Before I was in another world.
Playing around with your Samsung Galaxy Buds.
I was actually listening to the conversation. But you know the thing is...
Because I was talking about live streaming and then you wanted to make sure that actually the live stream is working.
It's an enhanced listening experience.
From your Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 and then using your earbuds to listen.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
The experience is actually a totally different galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, like when you're listening to your music or when you're having that meeting, you can be in the world but out of the world. You get what I'm saying? That the listening experience is quite different. It takes you to another place, allows you then to be able to shut out the noise, and it's really great because they are buds and you stick them in and you transport yourself somewhere else. My Buds Pro are actually doing the business for me. You can join your meeting without, how you're in a meeting and then you can hear all that. No, it doesn't. You actually can concentrate while concentrating.
And because they're buds, they don't mess your hair.
No, they don't.
Cindy,
Exactly. You don't deal with any of that. You just stick them in when you're done. You take them out.
Your hair is the same hair the way it was when you started the meeting and the way
I don't get it.
Every woman in the world.
What has the hair got to do with the buds?
Like if you got to put on headphones or whatever, it's going to mess your head. But with the buds, you just you stick them in and you're good to go. Oh. You don't have to worry about fixing your hair and all of this afterwards.
Fixing my hair?
Not yours. Okay. You'll be fine anyway.
We have two guests in the studio. Maureen Ochako is an advocate at the High Court of Kenya. She's from the O&O Advocates. And Stella Nabuire is a passionate social entrepreneur from Alexa Group. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Karibuni sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you so much.
I saw you nodding your head, Stella. As Ndu was talking about hair and messing the hair, and you're like, yeah, you could get it. Mm-hmm. Please make City get it.
Nobody wants to spend hours at home to make your hair. Then you go to a meeting or go wherever that you work, and again, you have to keep making your hair again. So if she can get something that is convenient for her, that won't keep messing her hair, she's good to go.
You get it?
I've heard what she has said.
The getting beat is slowly.
That's the getting. I have understood what
this
she's
was
saying.
Plowing season. Now next will be planting.
What I've heard is this: those people who spend hours doing their hair don't want those hours wasted by someone messing their hair. Now, the reason why it took me time to relate, when you talk about hours fixing hair, I'm thinking, what are you talking about? Then I realized it's not my hair they're speaking of. So I've got it.
Okay.
Penny drop.
So earlier this year, the Coca-Cola Foundation and the Women in Africa Initiative came together to support 20,000 African women entrepreneurs in Kenya, Nigeria, and Ivory Coast over the next 3 years through the Jamii Firms Initiative. The initiative aims at increasing the impact of African women entrepreneurs on the African economy and supporting the creation of innovative solutions for sustainable development that will contribute to positive change in Africa by improving the quality of life of tens of thousands of people. This year alone, the Jamii Firm will directly impact 7,000 African women entrepreneurs in Kenya, Nigeria, and Ivory Coast. Based on the population statistics in each country, the overall target per country is Kenya, 2,000. Let's leave it there. The others will be in the other countries. We have two Kenyan ladies in the studio, and one is a passionate social entrepreneur. And so I just want to first of all understand. I understand the word passionate and social and entrepreneur. Put them together. Define.
Okay, first let me introduce myself. My name is Stella. I'm the founder of Alexa Group. Social entrepreneur means that you have a business that focuses on solving a social problem. Okay. Your focus is not making profit. In as much as, yes, we do make profit, but the focus is solving a certain social problem. For my case is I am an enabler of SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth. Yeah, so that is what I focus on improving in the society.
You know, I'm going to have to ask you to explain what you just said.
Give like a practical example.
Okay.
What is it that Alexa Group does?
Okay, so Alexa Group, we are a group of businesses. I have a retail store. Actually, that was the first business.
Okay.
It's a retail store that sells kids' clothes, both new and second-hand. We call it Mtumba over here. So when I started the business, and I did a lot of advertising on social media, I got so many people asking, how can I start the business? Where do you source your items? You know, so many people are interested in starting the business. Some didn't know how much is required to start. Some didn't have, they thought they didn't have enough to start. So out of all these questions, I thought of, let me start something that can also mentor people to start the business. You know, so I formed a group called Diaries of Mtumba Traders. It's on Facebook, and right now we are 3,950 something members, almost 4,000, and about 92% are women. So this is a group for marketing. We do have a marketing day on Friday. It's a group for mentorship, networking, empowerment also. You know, and also mentoring, because we do have people who are in business but they don't understand the Mtumba sector. There are people who are not in business but want to get in. They don't know how much is required to start. People know from Mtumba, they know there's Gikomba, but where do you go? Gikomba is so big, where do you go? Others know their bills, but they know you'll open a bill and you get, I don't know, taekwondo uniforms or something like that from Japan or
and
China.
You wanted to buy children's clothes.
Yeah, I know. It happens. Yeah. So in the group, we guide people on, you know, how to get the right suppliers. We have projects over there. Last year, because I started the group last year, I took some of the members to Gikomba. Just to show them how to source for the items, where to source for the items, how much do these items cost, and how do you price those items when you go to the market. This year, early this month, we also did a charity event. And when you're doing a charity event, we look at, because our focus is impact, so we look at who's making impact out there that one can be seen and can be felt. So we settled for an organization called Usikimia. Usikimia rescues survivors of, you know, various events, gender-based violence, rape, all kinds of, you know, such events. And they do have safe houses around the country. So we just thought, nobody expects to be a victim. So even for them, they don't know that they will have one victim, two victims, three victims at the end of the day. So when these victims come, they do need clothes, you know. And since we are sellers of these clothes, then we can donate some of our stock to them. So that was our charity event. Early this month, and it was a success. Yeah. So our impact revolves around purely impacting the community.
Wakili, a quick one. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. O&O Advocates, how does it fit into this program that we're talking about?
First of all, when I started the law firm, I have a partner. I didn't envision that I will be working in a women-centered environment at first. But then the opportunity presented itself. And when you look at the Coca-Cola Africa application, you had to put the SDG goals and what you the problem you want to solve in the society. So for me, one of the problems I wanted to solve was, first of all, unemployment for myself. At a very first instance, because I got admitted to the bar last year. So, first of all, that was the first motivation.
So, number one thing is get a job.
Yes.
solve the issue of unemployment.
Yes,
to,
for me.
For self.
Yes, for self, and now for others also. Working in the legal space, you can also assist women in terms of women rights, things that touch women directly, in terms of matrimonial property, gender-based violence, children. So it is a broad spectrum in that area, and also not only looking at the women aspect in that area, but also women are doing big things out here. Women are owning businesses.
That's
so
true.
If I can also assist women out here in other centers and just not focus on the negative, that will be a great achievement for me.
How did you get to know about this initiative by the Coca-Cola Foundation, the commitment to women empowerment? How did you know about it? How did you go about applying?
First of all, I just stumbled on it. Funny enough, on my social media, I was scrolling through my Instagram. I follow a few opportunity pages for Africans. So I was just scrolling and I saw it was very interesting. So I went and searched. I saw the advert, and I saw they need, let's say, around 2,000 women across Africa, different countries. And then I looked at the application process. It wasn't very long. It was just like you explaining yourself and giving a proposal on what you need or what you want them to do for you. And then, of course, there was a motivation of them giving you an educational background on entrepreneurship. This being like my first business, of course.
It's like hand-holding you.
Yes.
They coached you on how to get into business.
Yes, because they have a program where they give you it's an online course where you have studies on entrepreneurship, and then also platforms like this where they give us to come and share what we do with other people. And also in the process now of making my application, I thought this is such a good and viable option for me. So I just applied. It wasn't like I knew someone or someone presented the opportunity for me. I just saw it on social media and applied.
And the application was online?
Yes, it was online, and I got feedback within, let's say, a week. They're processing and they'll give us more feedback, and it was very encouraging. And then later they told us we've been selected for the program. Yes.
Okay. So then, this program then being Jamie Fam.
Yes.
So exactly what happens? What do you do with these women?
First of all, the women is us in this case, because the Coca-Cola Foundation is focusing on empowering women in the business space and entrepreneurship space, not just to do business, but to have business with at least having a background on what you're doing and having knowledge. Most people open businesses and they say most businesses do not go past the first year. So at least for them, it's empowering you in a very, very holistic way in terms of information, grants, and hand-holding you throughout the process. So basically that is how they operate. And in the space, in Kenya, I think we are around 600 women, and the women we've already interacted with are in completely different spaces. So there are people in different fields.
Yeah.
There is lawyers, there is entrepreneurs, there is engineers, just doing business in their space. So at the end of the day, we have one common goal, which is change making. Yeah.
Is it possible to just walk us through this process? Change making that you speak of. For instance, let's start with the space or the environment or the ecosystem in which you exist.
Yes.
What is it? What do you actually do? Nuts and bolts. This and this and this and this equals change.
Personally,
it is easier to listen to something that you have done.
Yes,
and then we can extrapolate it to perhaps other spaces.
Yes. on a personal level, I take up, or previously I've taken up matters in guiding women. No, first of all, I am passionate about mentoring. That is the first thing I do. So I have taken up mentoring with a few friends of mine who are in the mentorship space to mentor students who are in university, high school, because that's how my passion for law first came, in terms of what they want to do in their career. And maybe, as you also indicated, being in the vicinity where a lawyer is a bit intimidating, but also people have high value with someone being a lawyer. So when I mentor people, it gives me joy, and also it's a form of giving back to community because I benefited from it and I know the impact it has. So that is, in one way, a way of impacting other people and social change. Secondly, now in terms of work, I take up matters to do with women, gender-based violence, and in that space also I empower women, not only in terms of work, but also in terms of giving advice to people and creating awareness in terms of people realizing that in this space, these are the channels you can take. This is the process you can take. These are the people you can approach when you're faced with a challenge based on GBV or matrimonial property, such. So in terms of that space, I advise people, and also, most people are not knowledgeable in that area yet. It's something that happens across Africa and Kenya. And the channels are very clear, very straightforward, and most people have little knowledge about it. Or just the fear of just speaking out to people just causes someone to just keep quiet.
Okay. How does this foundation help you achieve these goals that you have and these processes that you're involved in?
First, as I indicated, the training aspect of it, because there are various modules in the course.
Okay.
There's a course on social skills, entrepreneurship, business management. So it gives you a background in terms of even the psychoanalysis of people, the environment you're in, and the space you're working in.
Is there an exam at the end of this course?
No, there's no exam. That is the best part about this course. The best part about this course is that you do it at your own pace. And it's structured. I wish I could show you how it's structured. It's structured in a way that you learn at your own time. It's just an online course. So you press on one module, you open, you read it, you can take notes. And then it's not structured in a way where you put a YouTube video and it runs for a whole hour and then you come back, it's done. So you get points, you're okay. It's just very involving that you have to type in an answer at some point. You have to answer a question.
So it's interactive.
Yeah, it's very interactive.
To make sure that you're basically engaging.
Yeah, you're basically engaging. And you can't move to the next step without having completed a module.
Okay.
So it is not like someone is going to test you at the end, but it's about self-motivation.
So how then do they know that you have benefited from the course and that you have understood the course? How is that assessed?
I think it's more of your self-assessment. Plus also we have a platform where we share experiences and it's basically, they have let's say a social app where you give feedback on what you've been learning. And you see, it's not like it's easy, like a walkthrough exercise. So sometimes you even get challenges when answering the questions, and you actually have to ask some of your members, how did you maneuver this? What do you think this or how should I have addressed this question that was raised in the
So
the process?
beyond this training, is there something else that they do for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to first add on what she was saying.
Yes.
When you're taking this course, because it's a course that has various modules on personal skills, social skills, entrepreneurial skills, and the things that you might think are, so obvious until you start reading about them. Things like communication. You're in business, yes, I'm supposed to take daily records. But do you know about balance sheet? Do you know about cash flow statements? Do you know about the P&L account? Luckily, I have the background, so it wasn't much of a struggle. So when you're taking this course, at the end of each module, there's a test. And there's a pass mark for that test. So you must hit that pass mark for you to move to the next. So that's also one way of gauging whether you understand whatever it is that you've been reading, you've understood all those videos that we've watched. Then, like she said, we also have a platform that you're supposed to share like what you've learned over there. Then you've asked, apart from the training, is there any other thing? One, which I find to be the most important, is networking. Because I'm able to meet Maureen, who's a lawyer, she can be my advocate. I'm able to meet somebody else that you can partner to make, more impact in the community. Then what you've mentioned, the education bit, the training bit. Then there's also financing. So at the end of the program, 600 of us will get grants from the Coca-Cola Foundation, and it's 600 of us who've completed the course. So you must complete the course before you get, the next benefit. Then once the 600 of us have the grants, 60 of us will be selected for a 2-week boot camp. In the boot camp, of course, you expect training like pitching for your business. You're going to discuss your projects. Then there'll be one lucky winner who'll get $10,000 to support her project.
One?
Yeah.
And the others?
The rest of us will have grants.
And these grants, is there a monetary value to them?
Yeah, it's money.
Like how much? In terms of dollars or Kenyan shillings? What's the range?
For the grants right now, we're not able to mention.
Okay.
Yeah, we can only talk about the final $10,000.
But they're grants, then?
Yes, we'll get grants. We know even the month that you're supposed to get the grant.
How do they then monitor how this is put to use and how it meets the needs or the goals that you had said you were going to actually achieve?
Okay, the best thing about JamiFem, it's not a one-off thing. It's not that you're done and they let go of you. During the launch, I remember we talked about making follow-ups. As an alumni, let me put it that way. They'll be following up with us to know what progress are you making. The impact that you are making then, if maybe you're impacting 100 people, is it going up? Is it going down? What then can we do to improve the impact that you're making to the society? So there'll be follow-ups. And it's not just us. We are the first cohort. They're already taking in the second cohort.
That's good. Let's take a break. Okay. It's 27 minutes to 7. So do you remember a couple of weeks ago we hosted a gentleman called Ken Bai? Ken Bai is the managing director of Centum Real Estate. And we were talking about home ownership and, saying people need to start thinking differently about home ownership. When you're paying rent, you could actually convert that rent into home ownership. For as little as 20,000 shillings to 60,000 shillings, if you're in that range of paying rent, you can actually say that you are paying towards buying your own home. So Centum Real Estate ladies have a new development. It's called 265 Elma Apartments in Kasarani. and they're beautiful apartments, 3 blocks. The middle block has a rooftop where you can actually entertain, you can use to relax. There's a mini soccer pitch, a tennis court, ample parking, treated water 24/7. There's a power backup, there's a green courtyard, and a convenience retail store within the 265 Elma apartments. Hapa tu Kasarani. Now, how much are they going for? For as low as 2.5 million shillings, you can actually start owning a home. And all you need to do is start paying a deposit, put a deposit of 250,000 shillings, pay the rest in flexible installments or finance from your SACCO or from your bank. And this is the deal. We are in November. It's called Black November. Black November. Now, because of Black November, you can actually get a discount of 200,000 shillings if you start your booking and your home purchasing process in this month. So it's as simple as ABC, like that. So it's about Elma, 265 Elma Apartments by Centum Real Estate. If you'd like to get more information, text the word Elma, E-L-M-E-R, Elma, E-L-M-E-R, to 22365. That is 22365. If you text that word, you'll get more details. They'll get in touch with you. All you need is start with a 250,000 shillings deposit, and then the rest slowly as they complete. Houses will be complete and ready for occupation next year. Under construction, and this is with a reputable real estate company. 25 minutes to 9. Let's take a quick break. We'll continue the conversation with our guests this morning, Maureen Ochako from O&O Advocates and Stella Nabuire, passionate social entrepreneur, founder of Alexa Group.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is 00 Direct, woman host, music by women and only women guests.
If COVID could mutate and evolve 6 times over the last 2 years, how many versions of yourself have emerged in the last 2 years?
Do not, and you don't have to give anything to get ahead. All you have to do is give out and show out your talent.
Catch 00 Direct every Saturday from 10 a.m. on SpiceFM.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
This is one of the best ways to spend a Saturday.
All right, the light rain continues in Nairobi at 17, highs of 21 and lows of 16. In Nakuru, it's cloudy at 17, highs of 22 and lows of 14, and we'll see lows of 13. In a rainy Nyeri at 17, going to highs of 21. Looking into Eldoret, it's cloudy at 16, highs of 22 and lows of 13, and we'll see lows of 24. In a rainy Mombasa at 28. We'll see highs of 31 in Malindi, where the rain keeps coming down in some parts. It's raining at 21 in Kisumu, highs of 26 and lows of 18. And 20 and mostly cloudy in Kakamega. We'll go to highs of 24 and lows of 16. Kampala is now sunny at 20, highs of 23 and lows of 17. And the rain is still coming in Dar es Salaam at 28, highs of 31 and lows of 25. All right, looking into Johannesburg, it's sunny at 17, highs of 23 and lows of 15. And we're looking at mostly clear conditions in Lagos at 25, highs of 33 and highs of 32 in Kinshasa. It's sunny at 23 and we'll see lows of 22.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
Yolanda Mulwa, DJ Absolute. When the gang is together,
Got the sugar, got the spice.
Yorata,
yes,
I have missed you like hot hamburgers. Yeah?
like hot hamburgers.
You know, bad boys give more money than you can count.
Hey, bad boys get more money than you can count. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock, but if I were you, I'd tune in to
Sugar and Spice only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So if you say it's on, then it's on.
Yeah, we see the folks on Langata Road crying, where have you guys brought all this traffic from? You Ngong Road people have come our way. Yes, unfortunately, they've done that today because of that pole that fell on that Karen Gong Road. And folks are going to be using Langata Road for a while now. And it's still pretty heavy traffic as you're getting through towards the city centre. So that continues for some time. Gong Road on the other side, coming out then through the city mortuary roundabout, that's still pretty heavy as you're going then out towards community and then into the city. So it's that day, guys. Patience is what is needed. Thika Superhighway, heavy with traffic. We're looking at the same thing on Kiambu Road. In and outbound traffic is doing the thing. Limuru Road is taking off traffic from all this Limuru Road, Red Hill, Lower Kabete, United Nations Avenue looks pretty messy from where we are. And there's heavy traffic, specifically then between Peponi and then coming out towards Spring Valley. So that whole area is still heavy with traffic this morning, and it looks like it's going to be there for some time. We're in the middle of traffic hour now. Mombasa doesn't look too bad. You're getting into the city until you get to that Nyeri Stadium roundabout, and it's going to be heavy till you get through into the city. All right, where might you be stuck? Let us know. Service lanes, guys, use them on the Thika Superhighway. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
We continue talking about the empowerment of women entrepreneurs in Africa. And this is a job being done by the Coca-Cola Foundation in partnership with the Women Initiative in Africa. Women in Africa initiative. And we have two guests in the studio with us. Stella Nabuire, who is the founder of Alexa Group. She's a social entrepreneur. And Maureen Ochako, she's an advocate of the High Court and a partner at O&O Advocates. We're talking about the impact. So far, you've told us, ladies, that you have been going through a program, you and some 600 plus other women in Kenya. So in total, we see there's 687.
Yes.
687 women entrepreneurs from across Kenya currently engaged in a year-long program being conducted by Women in Africa Initiative Knowledge Partner Honoris United University. Several programs for MSMEs in the last few years. You've been getting the skill out of this. And then you said, after this, there is some of you who will then get what?
Grants.
And then after that, somebody will get a what?
No, there's boot camp first.
Yeah?
There's boot camp.
There's boot camp.
There's boot camp.
And then
these other things will follow.
Then grant.
Then boot camp. Sorry. Yes.
There's online training now.
Yes.
Then there's grant into boot camp.
Yeah.
Then one person, one entrepreneur wins.
Yeah.
Get some support.
Yeah, $10,000.
And that's $10,000. Let it remain in today's exchange rate. Let it not come down.
Okay. I know that you said, Stella, this is the first cohort, right? But what change, measurable or otherwise, can you see has happened with the participants and their businesses or their business practice even, that this program has had impact change that has now, you've seen that things have been improved, things have gotten better, people can handle their businesses in a more managed way. What have you been able to see in this short period of time?
Okay, I'll say the impact is in two ways, personal and business, as well as society too. Because personal, we are trained on, personal skills, social skills. So you're able to, improve your communication skills, work on your creativity, work on your thinking, because you are trained on design thinking, you are trained on critical thinking. An example, if say you asked a question, you just don't give an answer. Like, Stella, how are you? I'm fine. No, I'm fine. I'm having a good day. How to continue the conversation, how to expand even your thinking. In terms of business, we are now better managers of our businesses. We are better managers of our teams. Because also part of the training is on diversity. And not just local, even international. You're trained on, how to differentiate different age groups, how they think, how they work, how millennials think, how Gen Z think, and the rest of us. So better managers of teams, better managers of our finances also. Then in terms of impact also, we've met with the 600 of us and in the social platforms and also in these forums, you're challenged, by your fellow women about what they do. So it broadens your thinking and because of that, then you're able to think beyond what you used to do. So it has also improved the impact that we are making in the society.
You know, somebody may argue that, why do I need training in business?
Oh my God.
I've started a business. I'm running a business. So far, it's making money. I've started a Facebook page. There are people who are actually looking up to me. It's working. Why do I need to go into this thing? Apply. So you go through online training. Then some of us will be selected into an accelerator program. Then after that, there'll be now after the accelerator program, somebody will be given $10,000 per country. Why am I doing all these things? Yeah, focus on business. Why? Why is it important?
There's more to business than the idea. There's more to business than making money. I'll say it's easy to come up with a business idea. It might be easy to set up your business. But once you've set up your business, then you realize that you have a team to manage. These are not your sisters, these are not your brothers. You know, you didn't grow up in the same environment.
Yep.
And what you'd like is not to have robots in your business. So you also want, to allow people to be as creative as they can. So how do you know that? Then how are you able to work with Maureen and allow Maureen to be Maureen?
Yep.
To be as creative as she is. Not all of us have, that capability. So this is a program that will train you on such things. Not many people know about books of accounts. You might assume you're making profits, but you're not making profits. So it's a program that trains you on every single aspect of your business. Business is not just about having an idea, setting up, and moving. And at times you don't move. At times you mark time. At times you're moving backwards.
You get to a point where you stagnate in your business and you're thinking, I need something.
Yeah.
So this is one of the things that you go for.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
People pay for this kind of thing.
Yes.
For this kind of knowledge. People pay for it.
Even as you say that, then I'm just thinking about the work that's been done, and one would assume that it's people who are quote unquote professional in their right. But is this not for everybody? Doesn't matter social strata, doesn't matter if I'm selling vegetables in a stall or I have a kitted outfit in a building or something. For whom is this, Maureen?
This program is for everyone, as long as you are an entrepreneur. Doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're selling mboga, if you are out there shining shoes, this program is for you, because once you're a mama mboga, tomorrow you think of expanding and having another kibanda next. Already you're having two businesses at a go. And one of the courses which I found, it is one of the modules people are finding very challenging, because people are keeping on asking questions about it. It's a module called prototyping. So prototyping is for you to distinguish your product in how you make your product into something that can be distinguished from someone else's product. So for me, when I was doing the module, I was asking myself, is this really relevant to me? I don't have a tangible product that I can show someone that this
You can't prototype a legal practice.
Yeah, in my head, that was what I was thinking at first when I was starting, because I'm like, I don't have an object which someone can see that I've worked on, because it's all about industrial thinking, how to make your product better, how to market your product. So at first instance, I was like, this module doesn't apply to me. But when I finished the module and thought about it, and at the end I was asking myself, what is it really that I want for me in the legal space to differentiate myself with other people, and what am I really good at, and what can I maximize at in terms of what I want to be recognized for. And what impact will it have to my business? So I think the course is very important.
So have you been able to actually prototype your business?
Yes. As for me, of course, when you meet most lawyers, they'll tell you they do everything. But I think for me, I have a passion and I have gotten the opportunity to work in spaces around environmental law and devolution. So I think those two areas are things that I'm willing to perfect on and continue working towards that. So this whole program, you cannot say it is limited to anyone in any, because entrepreneurship is just an international language. It is not like meant for one person. As long as you're in the process or you have a view of making money somehow, you have to learn about, you have to have some background information. You know, most people assume when you're starting a business, it is a side hustle. You do not need knowledge about it. But what I've come to learn is that having knowledge about it shapes and influences how you think about your business and even assists you to plan.
There are two other international words that you've used today. Mentorship, empowerment. How do you know someone has been empowered and how do you know they've been mentored?
Feedback.
Okay.
Feedback you receive from a person directly on, and you know, mentorship is a continuous process. It's not a one-stop show. So for me, if I decide to mentor a person, I do not do it like once we meet and then it stops there. I'll always call you, check up on you, open lines of communication so that I get feedback on whatever I'm doing. And
that's mentorship.
Yes.
All right. A continuous process of learning.
Yeah.
Empowerment. How do you, if you walked in here, what would I need to look at to know that you're empowered?
I'll just need
That's what I'm coming to you as well.
You know, sometimes how you speak to someone, and maybe it's a comment I get a lot. Sometimes I just speak to a person. I've not mentioned I'm a lawyer or anything, but at the end of the day, they're like, you look like you're in the legal profession. And I'm like, I didn't say it, but no, since you're saying it.
And you haven't thrown anywhere too far?
No.
None of those have been thrown in?
None of
No
those.
Latin phrases?
No Latin phrases.
No in loco parentis, nothing?
No.
Okay.
And also, maybe in your appearance, the way you dress, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my appearance, what do I look like?
A nice person.
That's empowering.
That's empowering. No, that's completely mentored. Yes. What is it?
What about me?
Yes, what about you?
In terms of the question you've asked.
Yes, I want your view on it.
For me, mentorship is not being babied. Mentorship is being guided. Say you find myself who's in Mtumba business and also looking to get into manufacturing later on. So when you come and you want maybe to start your business, don't ask things like, what do you do so that I can do? You're not coming to copy. You're not coming to copy your mentor. You're coming to... a mentor is supposed to like help you maximize your potential. So to me, that is mentorship. How do you know someone is empowered? I don't think it is in the looks. Mostly you can tell when someone speaks. And also what I get mostly out there, when people hear about women empowerment and they think we are out here to fight men, it's not about men, it's about us. It's about empowering us in the different fields that we are in.
Empowerment is about empowering.
It's not about men.
It's about us.
You see, why I asked the question is because when you're empowering, the word that also comes to mind is emancipation. So you're being removed from a position where perhaps you were limited or you felt limited or circumstances limited you. And now you're saying that with empowerment, you are now exploring things beyond the limitation that you had before and forging and fomenting new frontiers.
Yeah.
So that ability is enhanced in the individual so that they can do all those things.
Yes.
To what end?
Is there an end?
I think in as much as we don't like being very selfish, the end is always yourself. As the first person who is being impacted, the end is always you achieving your goals, achieving whatever you've set out to do. So that is the end.
You know, it's a pity that someone from the Coca-Cola Foundation isn't here, because that's a question that is actually meant for them.
Yes.
All this money, all this training, to what end?
Yes.
Coca-Cola is a business. How do they hope to benefit from it? But again, if they're listening, they have heard the question.
Yeah.
Yes, and should they ever come here or a representative, we will ask the question.
Yeah, sure.
Now, you said there's a second cohort of individuals.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this thinking and the program, how widespread is it in Kenya?
It's all over Kenya.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to ask this question. When you talk of counties, how many counties are represented in the 600 people that we talk about?
We may not really have the statistics because we are not Coca-Cola, but from the women we interact with, but from the women...
Lawyer amekujibu.
Wache kufikiria ye ni Coca-Cola. Ye ni Coca-Cola. Ye ni empowerment mentorship. Please go on, yes.
Know that the law is very clear. We can only speak about the people we interact with. We have people from all regions of the country, and when we met for the launch, people actually came from different parts of the country for the launch. So it
representing different counties, different sectors,
different counties, different sectors, different age groups. There are people who are way older than I am in that group. People who've been in business for like 10 years, 20 years. So there's no limit in the program. So, yeah.
So the application is on now. I'm actually on the website, WIA-initiative.com. That's WIA-initiative.com. Apply now for the second cohort. More than 9,500 applications were received for the first cohort. 3,000 women entrepreneurs were selected as participants in this first cohort, named Women Changemakers. And they started a digital program on entrepreneurship, social and personal skills. And they are going now to expand their network. The next thing is, of course, what we've talked about, the accelerator program. And then one person, one enterprise in Kenya is going to win the $10,000 prize. What is a selection criteria? Number one, are you a woman? Are you above 18? Okay. Tick, tick, city, out. Are you a resident of Nigeria, Kenya, or Ivory Coast? Ndu, Stella, Maureen, you qualify. No, you two don't qualify. Ndu, you qualify. Are you a resident of Nigeria, Kenya, or Ivory Coast? Sema yes.
Yes.
Are you an entrepreneur? Sema yes.
Yes.
Are you mainly in the agriculture sector or in relation to the Sustainable Development Objectives defined by UNESCO? Any of the SDGs by UNESCO?
Yes.
Then you qualify.
Okay.
Go to WIA-initiative.com. Scroll down the page. Click on the Apply Now button. I'm applying now. It's telling me, but you're not a woman. It says, relax. I'm just doing this for show. So once you apply, that whole process that ladies, you've told us that you went through, they get back to you within a short time. They tell you, yeah, we've received your application. We are processing. Once you've been shortlisted, they get in touch with you.
Yes.
And then after they get in touch with you, then what happens? They send you the link immediately. Do you sign up any papers? Do you, like, their non-disclosure agreements?
No.
So after they get back in touch, what do they do? Begin the program.
I think they hold their first meeting.
Right.
With you to tell you about the program. After that, now you can sign up to the program. They send you a link to access the courses, and after that, now you interlink through the communication channels. Yeah.
And throughout this now, of course, you're building a network. You're upping your skill and your knowledge. you're building your network of the people that you know in enterprise. You're getting this opportunity to speak, to mentor, like you love doing, to go ahead and empower fellow women entrepreneurs. So it's benefits, a win-win. Do you get a certificate?
Yes.
Yes.
It's an important one.
Yes, we do get a certificate from Honoris University. After we're done with the course.
Which university?
Honoris University.
It's an online university for Africa. So it is, I don't think most people are aware of it, but it's now, I can say, a combination of African universities to offer online courses.
Online courses.
Yes.
Good. You got a certificate. Thank you very much, ladies, for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing your experience, and we wish you all the best. We hope that one of you gets the $10,000
Amen to
main
that.
prize.
And when you get it, please use it well.
We will.
Yes.
We will.
Maureen Ochako is Wakil. She is a partner at O&O Advocates. And Stella Nabuire is a passionate social entrepreneur, founder of Alexa Group. She's in business. She loves impacting people. Asanteni sana. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. A very good morning to you. It's now 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Now, some Rift Valley members of parliament have threatened to impeach Trade CS Moses Kuria over the decision to allow the importation of GMO maize. Led by 90 Senator Samson Cherargei, they demand that the CS holds the process immediately.
As members of parliament from maize producing region, we seek to know the reason as to why ships are already docking in Mombasa port without the laid down legal procedures in place. An adjournment motion has been sponsored by Honorable Kirwa MP Mosop, Honorable Kosing, and Honorable Kaikai Bissau in National Assembly, and a statement by Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei in the Senate.
The motion tabled in the National Assembly also saw MPs reject the move to import GMO maize into the country.
We want to ask the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Trade if they would explain as to why they made that decision to import the GMO maize into this country. Yet our farmers back at home, they were expecting to reap from the difficulty of the corona season and the high farm inputs, thinking that they would make good money to continue with their businesses.
We would like to tell the CS that it is wrong timing and we have to get our maths right, the numbers right. Let's get to know, is there really any deficit as at now? Because of course the farmers who spent a lot of money in terms of producing that maize would lose.
These as other leaders continue to object the plans by the government to import GMO. Trans Nzoia Governor George Natembeya now says that it is insensitive for the government to import the maize into the country at a time when farmers are expected to harvest more than 42 million bags of maize this year. He said that the cabinet has not met to discuss the matter and that farmers have not been consulted either.
Ile debate ya GMO vile mnajua, ingine iko informed, ingine haiko informed. But generally kuna lot of fear. Hata iko na ile mataifa ambayo ilikuwa yameadapt GMO wameanza kuachana nayo. So wakati wengine wanawacha, sisi tunatufanya nini? Tunaichangamkia. Hiyo ndio iko na challenge. Na unless tumejua kabisa the side effects ya hizi vyakula. Isemekana kwamba ukikataa GMO, wewe ni mtu taki technology, wewe ni mtu primitive, wewe ni nini? Hapana. Haya ni masuala ambayo yanahusu afya ya watu wetu. Trans Nzoia, Uasin Gishu na Bungoma uko na uwezo wa kulisha taifa la Kenya bila hata kuwa na haja ya kuimport mahindi, ikiwa mkulima ataangaliwa na motivation tu ni mambo ya subsidy ambayo ya mbolea na kuwa na bei nzuri kwa mahindi ambayo yamevunwa. Tutahitaji mambo ya GMO.
It said that his government will now seek a permanent solution to save the farmers from incurring massive losses.
Sisi kama county, ile mikakati ambayo tuko nayo medium na long term ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunaweka sera nzuri kuhakikisha kwamba wakati wa kuvuna kuna losses nyingi sana wakati huo, kuhakikisha kwamba tutamstiri mkulima kivipi. Na mnajua tumejenga masto karibu kila wodi. Kama tutaweka pesa kwa bajeti, kwa mfano kama mahindi gunia moja shilingi 4,000, naweza kuambia wakulima wetu walete mahindi tuwapatie shilingi 2,200 kwanza ya kwenda kushughulikia ile mahitaji ya kawaida, alafu baadaye wakati bei imekuwa mzuri tuuze mahindi alafu wapate fedha zao. Pili, tunaongea na investors wakuja weke factory zao kutengeneza unga. Tukifanya value addition, mkulima atapata pay mzuri ya mahindi na pia vijana wetu watapata ajira.
Now, a young man has been arrested after he sneaked to Nyeri Girls High School in an attempt to meet his girlfriend while wearing the girls' school uniform from the head to toe. According to the police, the young man from Gatogide Secondary School was trying to trace his girlfriend from a crowd of girls walking to the dormitories from their evening preps some minutes past 10 p.m. before his trick was uncovered. A police report indicates that the young man approached one of the girls to inquire about the whereabouts of his girlfriend, but the girl became suspicious since the voice sounded unfamiliar and husky, prompting her to have a closer look at him. It is at this time that the girl realized that the person making the inquiry was a man dressed in their school uniform. And 3 women were killed and 2 others injured when the walls of a mine they were digging collapsed earlier today in West Pokot, Nyel area. According to Tokoch Sub-Location Deputy Chief Philomena Karutich, the women aged 22-32 had gone to mine for gold when the walls collapsed and buried them alive. Karutich stated that the residents in the area were quick to respond to the incident and immediately began rescue operations, which began at around 3 a.m. and were able to retrieve the bodies of the 3 by 7 a.m. However, Karutich has urged residents to pursue other business opportunities and abandon mining, citing the dangers it poses to human life. The 2 who are injured continue to receive treatment at the Sigor Hospital. Meanwhile, the bodies of the 3 have been taken to the Kapenguria mortuary. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
You've had the luxury of living for 50 years and you cannot still explain yourself. Surely. Oh my God.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Oh, okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No.
Since about shipping up.
You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man.
One of Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a ship. This classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about the ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, still looking at a sticky traffic situation today. Gong Road folks have been complaining the whole morning. And the question is, why is it taking so long for KPLC to come and, take away this fallen pole? That's the problem that's causing traffic between the Karen Gong Road. And so folks are having to use Langata Road. So everybody on Langata Road is complaining, where are all these people coming from? They're coming from Gong Road. Still has a problem this morning. So that's being watched out. Let's see. Raila Odinga also pretty heavy with traffic as you're getting into the city. Aerodrome is also jam-packed. Jogo Road is not even being looked at today because of the drama that's happening on Langata Road. But we're seeing some traffic then on Landis that's getting out towards Kamkunji. Let's take a look then on Outer Ring. Not looking bad. It is moving very well. Hopefully it continues just so. Let's take a look around the tail end of traffic hour, which is about half hour from now. Talk to us before then on SpiceFM KE on Twitter, just in case anything going out of whack we can share.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It is 9 minutes after 9. We are still in Wednesday. It's the 23rd day of November 2022, and Ndu is just so busy looking at her Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4. She's not even aware that we have a show going. Nini?
You did? Me, I'm just trying to get people to flip onto the other side. That's what I've been trying to do. Flip onto the what?
The other side.
You'll enjoy, this is the place, this is the side where you'll enjoy amazing features such as the Flex Cam. Think about the Flex Cam.
That's the what?
Flex Cam.
Okay, explain it, please.
It allows you to do video calling, group shots, selfies, the ones you like to do,
Right.
and much more. Oh, guess what? Hands-free. You don't have to use your hands.
Then how does
better
it
can
work
life
if I'm
get?
not using my hands?
Hands-free. You can put it somewhere and just activate the thing, and you can just carry on. Those selfies that you like, Titi, we know you. Those selfies you like to take. Now, I'm telling you, come over to this side of the world, and life will be made so much more better for you.
Unaweka simu pale, unakaa
And
hapa,
do your thing.
inapiga picha.
Hii kitu inapiga picha, wewe ukiendelea kufanya hizo vitu zako.
Okay.
I can't imagine Muga with selfies.
It's beauty, but it's also a beast. It performs powerfully and it's flipping strong from the inside out. You've got every reason to join the flip side with the Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Okay. City. Now, having heard all that, let's hear the proverb.
Right. And it isn't just a proverb. The proverb is a proverb, but the proverb is being read. That flip thing that you've been flipping. Let me flip also. Okay?
Flip it.
Yes.
The Z Flip 4.
Yes, this is the Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra. Now I'm looking at this delightful clear screen, as clear as daylight. Well, that is, of course, when you don't have clouds and the sun is up and shining.
Those things.
Right, but the proverb is from Western Sahara. Okay? If you are not willing to look, operate word look, stupid, nothing great is ever going to happen to you.
If you are not willing to look stupid, nothing great is ever going to happen to you.
Yes, not be, look.
Look stupid.
Yes, appear like you've zoomed and you have no idea what's going on, that sort of thing. Yes.
If you're not planning to look stupid, to bring it to the
then you're
context
clearly
of this
not planning to actually be successful in the things that you do.
Okay.
There are moments when it is required for you to look clueless, and it's allowed. Yes.
When you do things with a plan.
Yes. Yes, when you do things with a plan.
With a plan. Not just like that.
As we said, not any howly.
Not any howly.
It's called muddling through. Muddling through.
Yes. So we are saying that because we've got two planners in the building. And one of them is Tom Odongo. He is an urban expert and a fellow with the Kenya Institute of Planners. The other one is Patrick Adolwa, who is a planner and an urban specialist. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Asanteni sana for joining us. Thank you for planning to be with us and actualizing it.
Implementing the plan.
Implementing the plan.
We had a vision to be here.
Hey, see now.
Yes.
This discipline of planning, what is it? I mean, there are people who actually go to study planning. Plan what? Let's start with you, Tom. Who is a planner?
It's complex. Let me put this into context.
Yes.
Planning came initially as a response to challenges that came with urbanization in the European countries. And it came as a trend from public health initially. Then it started now to organize cities in terms of form. And there is a correlation between urban form and actually the quality or standard of living that people would have in a city. Then that was basically mainly architecture based. Then it started developing itself as a distinct science body of knowledge that look at things more differently. And now the kind of planning we do have now, which I call urban planning, is trying to see how cities can develop in a sustainable way. And sustainability imperatives will be different depending on where you are. If you are in Africa, where the context of urban development is different, like the urban development taking place in the context of high levels of poverty, high unemployment, slow economic growth, then what would be the imperative? The imperative is that people must have access to affordable housing. People must have access to basic services like water. People must have access to mobility. People must have access to healthcare and all those facilities. So what does planning do? Planning then addresses the question of how can these cities, in the context that they are evolving, work, operate, and function as sustainable cities. And that question is still a question in Africa, though in other areas they have already dealt with sustainability. Here we are still struggling with sustainability because sustainability is not just a question of how we plan cities, but how our economy transforms to include citizens in the vanguard of development.
I've heard you mention very many things. So planning is not just about architecture.
Yeah.
Planning is not about design.
Yeah.
It's very many things.
Yeah.
So what is it that somebody who's studying planning, then what do they study?
Yeah.
Do you draw architectural drawings? Do you draw, are you a surveyor? What are you? Are you a public health?
Yeah.
Are you civil? Exactly. What are you?
Planning borrows from different body of sciences. One is it borrows from economics. It borrows from sociology. It borrows from geography. It borrows from philosophy. Actually, we do, in terms of design, actually, we go into environmental philosophy to translate how people should interact with space. And so, like I said, these are the bodies of sciences that planning has built itself on. And so when you study planning, there are two things that planning does. Planning is about relationship in a very, very complex space. We see space not as a very passive thing. We see space, urban space, as a very, very complex entity where there is competition, conflicts, and there are contestations. And those contestations is about the powers that place there. And what we are looking at is in an urban space is a place where people with unequal socioeconomic power plays. There is people with lower socioeconomic power. There are people with higher economic power.
Yeah.
What does planning does? Planning is a way of mediating so that you are able to make sure that urban development generates social justice, urban development protects environment, urban development promote development that subscribe to principles of sustainability. So in general, some people can summarize it this way. It's about relationship on space. Yeah?
It's a relationship on space.
Yes.
Now when you say on space, I go to space. I'm wondering, okay.
Yeah.
I think there. So now when we're talking about in the current space that we're operating in, when we're talking about sustainable cities, and we're talking about development, especially on this side of the world.
Yes.
where does planning play a role here? Many would argue, if you look around Nairobi, and if we can just jump right into that, that there was an original plan for the city. And what's happening today is that we're just plugging into the plan or not following the plan. So which one, from your point of view, where are we going with this city? Because it looks like the way the city is evolving today, that we are looking at current interventions that are being placed on an ancient plan and that it cannot work. Am I somewhere?
Let me take my turn to speak to planning, and I have to take you a little bit back because we borrow our traditions of planning from the British system of planning, and England is actually the cradle of modern day town planning. And as Tom said, it actually comes from the Industrial Revolution. It comes from the Industrial Revolution. Something happens, the world changes, there's a manufacturing juggernaut, populations move into urban places, unsanitary conditions, roads that don't work, tenements instead of housing, breakdown in law and order, in public health. You have things like bubonic plague, and the whole gamut of things gone wrong. So planning comes in to structure, to order, to give structure to things, to eliminate all those things, to systematize things, okay? And now you can see where we are going with this with regard to Nairobi, because Nairobi is an evolution of that system, because the British come here via the railway. You know the colonization of Kenya, the Berlin Conference in 1885, the British East African Company, the building of the railway from 1895. All those settlers, engineers, MacDonald, Williamson, all those people building up to Nairobi, establishing all these urban systems. So when they establish this urban system, they provide some rudimentary plans. They're just local plans which say that's the railway station, that's the residential camp, that's the administrator's office, and it's a simple thing. Then somewhere in 1948, something happens very phenomenal, which is the first major plan for Nairobi, and it structures Nairobi in a certain way. And for Nairobi, it was like a segregated plan, where Europeans live, where Indians live, and I'm making this very brief because the history is huge. So you have an apartheid sort of plan, which has Karen, which has Ngara for Indians, which has the African quarter in Mudurwa, whatever, Makongeni, and so on and so forth. But it's a very good structure in terms of physical structure. It works. It's got proper neighborhoods. It's got proper systems. It's self-contained neighborhoods with schools, community amenities, and so on and so forth. The right sizes of roads, the right population densities. And then independence happens, and another, phenomenon happens. Everybody comes to the city. So if you have this structure that in 1950 maybe is just incubating 50,000 people, then one morning we say 1963 tumepata uhuru, freedom has come. Freedom has come. And everyone comes to the city. And I'm making, this is a very simplified, even if you like, simplistic version of it, but it paints the picture.
Yes, it does.
So everybody comes to the city, unfettered. You arrive, unannounced. No one has plans for you. No one is stopping you from coming. And no one is stopping you from coming. I mean, this country is independent. No kipande. No kipande. You do not need a permit to come to Nairobi. Njoni. Come one, come all. Okay? So you have a systems overload. Okay? Yeah. So now you have this school that is designed for a neighborhood. They are planning standards so that every neighborhood, at 5,000, a neighborhood needs a school and other community facilities. Now this neighborhood has to contend with a population of 15,000 people. You can imagine. It's systems overload. So dysfunction sets in. But at the same time, you have a colonial system that understood urbanization better because they had been in this process. Europe has been in the urbanization process for centuries. Towns like Stockholm have been here for 1,000 years. So They understand. They've been in that urban space for centuries, millennia, if you like. So they understand certain things. They have the urban culture ingrained in them. It's not something they have to learn. So here are Kenyans, 1963, Uhuru has come, everybody takes over power. Young people like CT become permanent secretaries and they think they know. But because they are Kenyans, they have to do what they have to do.
Job, yes.
But it doesn't mean that we have the knowledge and we have the skills. We find ourselves in a situation where we have to do what we have to do. Many times we did not know. So if we had a road that was working, if we had a water system that was functioning, if we had a sewer system that was functional, of course it was functioning because it was good to function. And it was designed for a certain carrying capacity. And then bang, there's an overload. And then there are all these people who do not know how to run municipal systems, planning systems, or even urban management. And they think they're doing well. In 1965, I grew up in town, so my father worked for a municipality, so I grew up in an urban system. And my father was a municipal worker in the social hall. So I grew up in the municipality understanding municipal systems. Okay?
Yeah.
The town hall was a place I went to when I wanted to go and tell my father the school fees. We've been told to come for school fees. So I went to the town hall. That's where my father was. So I understood. Now, in 65, in 66, in 67, in 68, in 69, the systems are falling apart. And people don't understand why it is falling apart. They think, these things were supposed to be permanent. The word is, but they did not understand that there was required a maintenance regime. Okay? There was required systems, expansion and so on and so forth. We forgot about these things. And then one morning, it is,
opened.
The explosion came. And hence, Ndu's question. Why do we find ourselves in that space? And Nairobi suffered most because Nairobi became a primate city, which means that's the city to which everybody went to the exclusion of other cities. But it had to do with the political economy of the day. It had to do with the governance of the day. And it's part of the reason why devolution became an issue at some point in the future. Because everything was about Nairobi. So Nairobi attracted all the resources of Kenya, including human resources. Okay? And when everybody came to Nairobi, I can tell you, in 1,000 years, Stockholm has only attracted 1 million people. In 125 years, Nairobi has attracted 4 million people. Now, that explains to you where the chaos is.
So we inherited a plan that was built for, of course, a smaller population of people, right? And it had all those segregations of, the whites are living on this side, the Indians are living on this side, you Africans come and stay here. Then independence comes, and of course,
the way you put
these Africans.
Africans said what?
Africans said what?
What? I'm coming.
So everybody's all over. At any point, did we update then the plan? After we realized, oh my goodness, this thing is collapsing, did we update the plan, and have we been updating this plan?
Yes. 71.
Yeah. Okay. Just to add to what Patrick has said, the 1948 was a containment policy. It was not a development promotion plan. It was a development containment plan. Meaning that they were minimizing development to only what was serving the elite, the white elite needs. And an African migration to the city had to be based on a purpose. Either he has work, but family formation was not allowed in Nairobi, in the city. That's why you have houses which were rentals are based on bed space, because they were not supposed to have families.
Is that why all those estates were essentially bachelor quarters?
Yes.
You're meant to come by yourself.
Rent. I mean, tenure is based on bed space. So that's how you come in. You're not supposed to form family. So the transition from a containment to pro-growth, how did Kenya respond to this with regard to Nairobi? They expanded the boundaries
of the city.
The ring.
Mm.
Yes. almost by 2/3. After expanding the population of the boundaries of the city, then the first thing that they did is to approach the World Bank for water. Water was the main problem that they had in Nairobi. And the World Bank then requested that on what basis are we going to fund water? And so that became the basis for which what we call Metropolitan Growth Strategy of 1971 was actually evolved. It was done in the basis that the World Bank they required a framework within which any funding for water project had to be, and that's what actually funded the Ndakaini. Now, when you expand the urban territorially, it means that you are supposed to invest in infrastructure expansion. It means that you have to put a huge public investment to be able to create new spaces for growth. So that part, the 1971 Metropolitan Growth Strategy was never linked to any budgetary process, except the funds that came for
the
water.
World Bank fund to Ndakaini to build a dam.
To build a dam. Okay. That is the only activities that came in. However, in recent times, some of the bypasses that have been built recently were actually part of the 1971.
Like the southern, eastern?
Yes. They were part of that plan.
So these bypasses we are seeing here were planned in the 70s?
In the 70s. Yeah. They were planned in the 70s.
As part of the expanded metropolitan.
The metropolitan area. The plan projected how the city will grow. Some of this did not happen. For example, the corridor to Thika was supposed to be an urban coalescence where Thika and Nairobi would somehow emerge, and Thika functions as the industrial location for Nairobi, and this did not occur. What happened, therefore, is Nairobi decided to move eastwards. And then at some particular point, government then decided in 1973, how do we increase the supply of serviced land? Because more and more people are coming who cannot afford to pay for water services, to buy, to afford housing. So they came up with site and services schemes. And government purchased over 4,000 acres of land in the eastern part of the city. And this is where we now have the Buruburu, the Dandoras, all those things. Until that, and up to now, the major public investment in supply of urban land in the history of Nairobi is in 1973 up to around 85. Beyond that, government resigned again into smaller projects, and hence the situation you have now. What you have is that land buying companies came in, and land buying companies came in form of market responding to demand for cheaper land in the periphery of the cities.
I think I want to help you somewhere. So you asked again that question. So in 1971, something happens. In 1973, another thing happens. Okay? And the basis for this whole plan is water. And then nothing else. So you can imagine the capital city of Kenya going to the United Nations asking for support. It was the World Bank asking for support and only getting a little support. And then what happens in the next 30 years is you do not have the detailed plans, you do not have the resources to do any meaningful housing development. And that is why you have the Eastlands remaining virtually the way it was in 1960, except for the intervention that is Buruburu. Okay? And that is why the eastern part, the Eastlands, is still a redevelopment area, or a development area if you like. But you can imagine, if you have a plan in 1971, and it takes you 30 years to implement it, that is the problem that we have as a nation. We do plans, but we don't execute them.
Why?
Okay?
Across board.
I mean, it's a governance thing, it's a leadership thing.
But I also hear something about the plan thing. There is no financial component attached to the plan.
For the longest time, if you asked for a plan to be funded, people would look at you and say, excuse me? What did you say? Because people want to have towns, people want to have good urban systems, but people, even the most educated people, find it difficult to justify funding urbanization, funding urban infrastructure, funding urban governance, funding...
No, Patrick, we have to ask why. Why do they find it difficult? What is so difficult about it?
I mean, it's a paradox. Let me tell you, at some point, we used to go to meetings when Tom and I worked at City Hall. And during those days, and it's not too long ago, 2001, what is the money that we used to get for Latif? How many millions?
No, explain Latif, because
local authority transfer fund. Okay. In local government, we used to have something called local authority transfer fund. Okay, so the Ministry of Local Government would allocate funds to various local authorities, and behold, Nairobi those days used to brag that it accounted for 60% of the GDP. But how much money would they give us?
I think 1.5 billion. And
to do what? Per annum. Yes, but to do what?
It's for projects.
That's basically
it's everything. It's everything.
That's the money. It's like
recurrent,
the current
it's projects.
It's like everything. The current devolved money.
Yes.
It's the current.
That was the amount of money that the goose used to get for laying its eggs. But because it was always a hard sell to go to Parliament and speak about the need for Nairobi to receive proper financing. And people couldn't see.
Okay, let's take a break, Patrick. Let's take a break. We'll ask why. Patrick Adolo is a planner and urban specialist. He's here alongside Tom Odongo, who's an urban expert as well, and a fellow of the Kenya Institute of Planners. We are talking about urban planning. Does it exist? Do we have such things in this country or not? Time for us to take this break at 25 to 10. Let's first of all see whether, as planned, those roads that should be bringing people to the city center are actually working or not.
Or not.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
You've had the luxury of living for 50 years and you cannot still explain yourself. Surely. Oh my God.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Oh, okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No.
It's about shipping out.
You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man.
Emmanuel Talam used to tell us a story of they were in school and they'd been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about the ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
we're still looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi, going to highs of 21 and lows of 16 today. It is 18 and light rain in Nakuru, highs of 23, and we'll see highs of 21 in a rainy Nyeri at 18, and it's 18 and cloudy in Eldoret, highs of 22 and lows of 13. Now partly sunny conditions in Mombasa after the morning rain, highs of 31 and lows of 24, and rain showers continue in parts of Malindi, going to highs of 31 and lows of 25. It's raining at 23 in Kisumu, highs of 26 and lows of 18, and we'll see highs of 24 in a mostly cloudy Kakamega at 22. It's 22 and mostly sunny in Kampala, highs of 23 and lows of 17, while we'll see lows of 25 in a rainy Dar es Salaam, going to highs of 31. It's 19 and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 24, and we'll go to highs of 33 in Lagos, where it's sunny at 26. Mostly cloudy at 24 in Kinshasa, highs of 32 and lows of 22. It's sunny at 13 in Beijing, 1 will be the low. And cloudy conditions at 7 in Paris, going to highs of 12. 12 will also be the high in clear London at 7, and it's 7 and mostly clear in New York. Coming into Wednesday, New York will see highs of 13 and lows of 3.
Spice up your life.
All right, still heavy coming off of Fika Superhighway, and that's into the city this morning. Outer Ring has done splendidly well. Whatever is going on Gong Road seems to be easing off as Kenya Power has done the business, removing that pole from there. And so that means now that heavy traffic that you've seen on Langata Road now eases a little bit as folks can now go back to Gong Road. All right? How's that for planning? All right, coming off into the city on Muranga Road and then into Kipande, Kirinyaga, all of that. Really busy into the city. Landis Road is heavy with traffic. It's been that way for an hour or so. I'm looking at Ring Road Westlands going through into the city and outbound is also quite busy as well. Through the morning, talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
All right.
94.4 Spice.
Urban planners, Patrick Adolwa and Tom Odongo. We are talking about having urban plans in place. I just want to ask this question. So we're talking about not financing plans. But we've had planning departments in these urban areas. So let's talk about the cities. Initially, the city of Nairobi, city of Mombasa, city of Nakuru, and then the towns and municipalities.
City of Kisumu.
Actually, before we come to Nakuru.
Before you even start,
you don't want to have stone throwing here. If you don't call Kisumu city, you'll be in a lot of trouble.
Actually, in my head, I was saying Kisumu. Sorry. Sorry.
Watch a coco.
So there were planning departments. Yep. There have been planning departments in these urban areas all along, haven't there been? So what have the departments been doing? What's the job of the urban planner?
I remember I started Department of Planning in Nakuru. And if we had statistics and we indicate how much allocations are done to various departments, at the bottom of the allocation would actually be planning departments. I'll tell you that. And then along the way, one of the things that begin to interfere with the focus on planning is two things. One is revenue. Planning has been transformed into a revenue center predominantly.
How exactly?
Because permissions, enforcement, all these things are organized around mobilizing revenue. Okay? Initially, planning was not linked to programs and projects. Initially, for a long time. Because of lack of funding, planning disintegrated into a regulatory operation that simply was now focusing on regulating private initiative
and enforcing.
And of course, in a way that is not organized in a democratic way.
Very adversarial.
So what does that one happen? Reaction is that this is a repressive system. And people mobilize resistance to that kind of system. Along the way, planning has developed into something that is linked to programs, focusing on service delivery and also regulatory. Regulatory is predominantly statutory. But most of innovations in planning approaches are actually linking planning to addressing developmental issues and also service delivery.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that I think Nairobi, for example, planning department became one of the highest, probably the most funded, but not from county or council's appropriation, but from donors.
Mm-hmm.
Because it started now to refocus on addressing, providing solutions to urban development. And that is really the place for planning. The place for planning is not to control private initiatives, but because you can donate, this area of controlling private initiatives can be donated to citizens, because citizens can exercise self-control. Yeah, you can improve governance in such a way that you share information to the extent that people understand what is expected of them at every location. And then you will not have to exercise a lot of resources on use a lot of resources on enforcement. And then again, partnerships begin to evolve within the planning space, where even the things like housing developments are evolving, where planning begin to structure areas where you partner with the private sector, leveraging on resources you have. If you have land, you leverage land to get private investment into developing housing, because government is not funding you. You're not going to be funded by government to solve this problem. There are problems, because housing is very important, because through housing you can deliver a lot of services to households. And so it is very, very critical there. The other thing that has happened also is some other arguments that has come, of course, to do with failure of systemic failure in development control. This area where there was emphasis has actually shown more failure than where we are moving to.
But let me interject before you come to that, so that we comprehensively wrap up what is the Department of Planning. So the Department of Planning is the think tank of the city. Okay? It is where the strategies are built.
Should emanate
from. Okay? But does that happen? It's another question.
Patrick, I have to pause there. When you say planning, I'm thinking, what's the difference? I mean, before you go on, the people I'm talking are physical planners. Now you are urban planners.
Yes.
So when we talk planning, are we including both groups, or are they the same thing?
They are one and the same. In fact, that is one of our dilemmas. So the term planning can be town planning, urban planner, physical planning, land use planner. In some countries like Britain, environmental planner. So that whole space is the space of urban planning.
Please carry on.
Okay? And in this country, we do have problems with nomenclature, and sometimes we speak about it, until the cocks come home to crow. But the point about planning is that the notion that you should have a planning department is that in a complex urban system, such as Nairobi or any other, you do need a unit that thinks about how to manage that territorial space. Okay, that geographic space, and it organizes plans, which plans can include maps, diagrams, charts, okay, strategies. So those are the ones that are called physical plans, because they relate to physical spaces. But there is planning beyond the physical, and therefore that Department of Planning is supposed to be the center where the thinking takes place, where all the scenarios are built about what should happen in the city across multiple disciplines. And that is where the future of the city within the territorial jurisdiction of the city is supposed to be determined. So that is where all the thinking about the city happens. What activities happen on land? What's the road network supposed to be? And all other plans, whether they're engineering interventions, environmental interventions, whether they're investments in the economy, are supposed to take their cue from the plan that is authored in the Department of Planning. And it can do that with consultants, with anybody else. It doesn't necessarily have to be done internally. But the organization has to be there. There has to be a unit that organizes all those activities to happen. That's the role and function of the planning department.
Now, Patrick and Tom, the two of you are very senior in this discipline. Tom, you've served as town clerk. Patrick, you've served as even director of planning, and you've risen to all these high levels. When you're telling us should.
Who
should?
And you guys are the ones at the helm of these.
Well, good question. The point is, we're not speaking about ourselves. We're speaking about systems. We are speaking about that which ought to happen, to be in place by law.
And we are asking why did
and
it
that
happen?
which is mandated. Why doesn't it happen?
Yeah.
There are many reasons why it doesn't happen. Sometimes it is that we do not get the right governance for these places. And I want to use the word governance because...
By governance, do you mean political governance, or do you mean...
the whole lot. But yes, you can begin by saying it's what you put in that you get, that comes out, okay? If you put in quality, you'll get a quality product. If you don't put in quality, then you also get a product that is commensurate. Okay. And this is not to cast aspersions. This is just to say that in the urban system, in the historical urban system, the way governance was done was in such a way that Tom was speaking to. It was always difficult to get the right people to run the complex systems.
Okay, Patrick, I want to help you there. Sorry.
No, it's all right. Sorry. I think the way you two are helping each other is good.
Yeah.
Okay, now Tom is here to help you.
It is important to understand that urban planning is a governance tool, and the efficacy of planning is going to depend on the governance structure that is created through which you are going to exercise that function. In the old system where we had the local government system, the argument was that we have weak institutional systems that were open to external interferences. And this is one of the things. Then the second one was that Kenya approached planning of development sectorally. So which means that you have a lot of fragmentation that was taking place. So it was difficult for one to create a system that could allow for planning to organize cities. So devolution came as a correction, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And devolution came as a correction in two ways. One, devolution introduces an element of territorial approach in what is sectorally structured approach to planning generally. And then the idea of territorial is that when you are forming a strategy, a national strategy, to respond to issues that are to do with urban development, you must then think in terms of territory and spatial inclusion. Now, I believe that we are still on, that is still a work in progress, because the structure, the sectoral approach to planning is very difficult to dismantle. And without dismantling it to bring territorial approach, we will still going to have a lot of fragmentation and overlaps. And then the governance, the kind of governance that come out of that is very, very complicated in terms of intergovernmental relations around it.
And I want to help you.
Yes.
Oh, wow. So we're saying, what we're essentially saying... No, it's just part and parcel of the same dialogue. Yeah. We're saying, you see, it's one thing to speak about planning. It's totally another to institutionalize planning, to make it a culture. Okay? I mean, people like to say they want to do planning, but when you go to the municipalities, like in the old system, the municipalities did not even have town planning departments. In fact, it was only in Nairobi. Nakuru installed one. Yes. When I left Nairobi, I went to Kisumu, I installed one, and then there was Mombasa. Yes. But virtually beyond those three municipalities, there was no other municipality that had a fully fledged town planning department. And the mayors were reluctant. And the clerks were reluctant to see planning beyond development control. Okay? And they wouldn't build the systems.
Patrick, Tom, we know where we are. We're in a spot of bother. That one we've gotten. we have devolution.
Yes.
It's clear. It's not theory.
Yes.
The things that you're talking about,
yes,
and the mess that we are currently in,
yes,
how does planning help with all these things that you're saying to ensure that devolution actually works, that everything that has to do with devolution functions from a planning perspective? This governor of Nairobi mentioned something about boroughs.
Yes.
Okay?
Yep.
In my mind, that is now devolving devolution further.
Yes.
How do you people come in and how does it actually work?
Yeah, I think that's a very good thinking that somebody is thinking about decentralized. What was perceived, and this is something that has been Nairobi did a plan in what we call Nairobi
New plan.
Integrated Urban Development Master Plan, new plan. New plan actually discovered that Nairobi has developed as a polycentric city, means a city with multiple
centers.
several centers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, polycentric city. And how did this one, how then do you respond to that? In all over the world, polycentric cities are found to be actually more efficient. Yeah? Because they allow, they completely restructure mobility patterns in the city. And they become environmentally, even in terms of climate change, they become much more sustainable. But when you...
What does that mean? It means that these units we are speaking of get some form of autonomy.
Autonomy.
And here autonomy means, does it mean financial autonomy? Does it mean governance autonomy? What does that mean?
You have to create self-government units, autonomous self-government units in local areas. Let me give you an example. If you run through Kayole's Pine Road, you are going to run through a city with a huge, high density of employment along that street. And that street is richer than most urban, bigger urban areas that we are talking about.
Many towns in Kenya.
Many towns in Kenya. And it has got a huge population.
Yep.
It is still being governed as just a small entity. Yes, so what does devolution brought? Devolution brought an arrangement where the cities that are in fact, Mombasa is also doing what I call urban regionalization, which you can also not contain it through a monocentric sort of governance. So a monocentric governance cannot exist where you have a polycentric structure of a city. So you need also to decentralize yourself, create units that of municipalities. I think Dar es Salaam is more or less like that, except it's corporatized. It has
Ilala, Temeke,
so municipalities can be created. There is legal framework. There is nothing that stops governors from creating that.
Let me contextualize.
And that is what will actually change, because you create, therefore, a governance structure where now you bring planning services closer and
you localize it.
You localize it, and you can go into a lot of detail.
And governors have been given power by the Constitution
Absolutely.
and the County Government Act.
Yes.
Let me just put it in perspective, okay? He has spoken about an organic, polycentricism, which means the city has grown organically into those places. It has nodes. There's Westlands, there's Kayole, there is Dandora, there is Embakasi, Utawala, all those places. And when you go to Utawala, you get shocked. You're like, hey, you should be very afraid that this city can actually become unmanageable, because what's going on in Utawala is bigger than Kisumu's economy. And what is going on in Dandora, and these are places like Embakasi. 5 Embakasis combined have a population nearly 1 million. That's bigger than most counties. That's bigger than most counties of Kenya. Starehe has 210,000 people. Starehe as a sub-county. It's bigger than Eldoret city. It's bigger than Nakuru city. It's all those places. Dagoretti has 400,000 people. In the Urban Areas and Cities Act, the threshold for a place to be declared a city is 250,000 people.
So if you have 200,000 people
You're a city. You're a city by law.
Okay, and a municipality, what population
Less.
is it?
50,000.
50,000.
So all those sub-counties of Nairobi qualify, much more than qualify to be municipalities.
So
in fact, more than half are cities.
Even below boroughs.
No, and again, borough is a British term that we have to be careful.
Only applied in London.
It is only applied. It's a British term. We have to be careful. Our law provides actually for municipalities and cities, and we can. In fact, there is nothing to stop us in Nairobi if we so want to, and because it has become necessary that you decentralize Nairobi to the level where you have self-governing units, manageable units, so that all these things that you have spoken to Ndu and Latif happen in local places without necessarily having to be referred to the center. And that is feasible. Does it require any more legislation? No.
So essentially we're saying that a city like Nairobi is a little too big to be managed just from one central point.
My goodness. Absolutely.
And the law gives the
Absolutely.
governor and
The provisions
and MCAs
the opportunity
to actually.
In fact, the present governor is the luckiest governor of them all, because we are agreed that two things have happened in devolution. The political process of devolution is at 88-90%, because when you look at the county assembly, the way it functions, they are stickler for rules. The institution has evolved. They have a clerk. They have a speaker, they have committees, they have standing orders, you know. The executive also has his cabinet, all those things. But beyond that, this service delivery arm is the most underdeveloped. And that is where the crux of the matter is. Because lots of things need to be done. Territorial definition, management services, you know, understanding the needs of those sub-counties and so on and so forth. That territory is uncharted. Somebody needs to do some homework. It doesn't matter what county we're talking about. A lot of homework needs to be done. Have we decentralized? No. Have we devolved further? No. Are we willing? It's a question that needs to be answered. Is it something that is, you know,
doable?
No. Is it something that is mandatory? Yes. In fact, we are supposed to be saying the next phase of devolution has to be seen to be done, and Gentlemen, we must.
So we have another date next week. So now we understand the history. Next week we look into the future. What should Sakaja do to run Nairobi better? Right? Because this is we start with Nairobi. What should and then we'll extend into Wavinya Ndeti, into Olelenku, into Kimani Wamatangi.
You have to have a prototype, and then Nairobi will be the prototype.
This is it. Thank you very much for joining us. Tomo Dongo, urban expert, fellow of the Kenya Institute of Planners, Patrick Adolo, planner and urban specialist. It's been an interesting conversation. It has just gone on and eaten all our time. So Aseto is already reading the news. Have a lovely day. It's 10 a.m.
Thank you so much for having us.
For the government to import the maize into the country at a time when farmers are expected to harvest more than 42 million bags of maize.